congregation of this First Unitarian Church of Worcester, and this is something like the 14th time that we have hosted an annual state convention for the party in Worcester, which is centrally located in the state and by default ends up being a likely place to try to hold our statewide gatherings. We have a lovely handful of the select few in person here. We have other people who will be observing and witnessing and enjoying the festivities online. And I want to welcome all of you to this place and to this day. There's a very exciting program, and your Master of Ceremonies is going to carry you through that. As the event host, I want to tell the people who are in the building about where things are. So right now we are in the main gathering space for the convention. This is called Unity Hall. There are 2 stairwells, and there is a corridor going back from that side. My left, your right. The corridor goes back to an elevator. So for any of you who find ascending and descending stairs to be a challenge, there is a working elevator that will carry you down, and you go 1 floor down. We're at level 2, and you only want to go to 1 to get to the dining room, where we currently have assorted scones and regular coffee and decaf coffee urns and a hot water urn for tea if you want that. At lunchtime, the dining room, what I just described, is where you would find the food. So if you have to go up and down the stairs too many times and it's going to exhaust you, please avail yourselves of the slow-moving elevator and do so in small groups and allow a certain amount of time for that whole thing to happen. The restrooms are also located 1 level down. I say only 1 level down because the elevator will go 2 levels down if you ride it that far, and you'll end up in Sunday school rooms in a basement, and that won't really help you today. Okay? 1 level down, either down the stairwell either side, gets you there. If you go down my left, your right stairwell, you will find a bank of women's rooms right at the base of those stairs, and there's 3 stalls in that women's room. And if you're looking for the men's room that has 3 stalls, you have to kind of walk around through the parlor. If you go down the stairwell that is adjacent to the outside door that you entered the building through, at the base of those stairs is a gender-neutral single-stall bathroom, and I encourage anyone who wants to just go to the bathroom by yourself and have the luxury of a hotel suite feeling, you can use that one, but know that there may be a waiting line at certain moments during the day. So there are 6 stalls, 3 for men and 3 for women if you go down their stairs, and there's a 1-stall family individual kind of bathroom at the base of these stairs. The church owns an automatic electronic defibrillator, and I'm counting on all of you not to need it. But what can I say? Aside from those kinds of issues, I am the host. Come and find me if you have a question. I will be scurrying around all day. Either I'll be running up and down those stairs. I will not be taking the elevator. And once again, let me just welcome everybody to Worcester and to the First Unitarian Church, where we know how to put on a lovely Green Rainbow Party annual state convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'm Gus. I am your facilitator, and Gloria is the co-facilitator for this afternoon. I think she's going to be coming in and basically handling the afternoon events for today. As you can see, we have a quick summary over there. If you have, we should have agendas around in the packets, but if you want a quick glance, there's agendas right over there. And we are going to be starting off this afternoon First of all, let me just point out a couple of things. You have tablers around the sides, and our silent auction over there. Danica is doing seeds. We've got a couple of others who are supposed to be coming in, who apparently are not here yet. So hopefully you'll have a bunch of good political discussion from some of the tables when they get here. You also have our hosts, our guests, our guest speakers, are going to be primarily in the back room because they're selling books. So Tim and Wallace and Hy Thurman are back there. So we figured we'd put you back there in case they wanted to get into some conversations while people were doing stuff out here. So you have that going on. And I just wanted to point out that we have, I think that's all I need to say at the moment. So welcome aboard. Thank you for coming to Worcester, as David said. We are going to be starting off our speaker at 9:45 with Vicki Elson and Tim and Wallace. But first, is Mike Pascucci around? There you are, okay.
I'm short. Okay, thank you, Gus. So good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming and for everyone online as well. So first, I'd just like to start off my remarks with sharing a couple of the highlights from me from the past year of being co-chair. So one, my primary responsibility is to preside over the administrative committee. I've tried to focus us a little bit more on our internal party matters as opposed to maybe spending a lot of time debating whether we should endorse other groups' events and things like that, which is, of course, a very critical part of what we need to do as a party. But we had a lot of matters that needed some internal party administration attention. But when we do endorse other groups' events, I've introduced a handful of questions, kind of like strategizing, that makes us, not just be a name on a piece of paper, because we want to be able to have a good strategy going forward as we are doing this coalition building that we know is so important. A couple of the other important highlights is we added a Northeast Regional chapter, which is an area that didn't have a chapter for a number of years. We also added our very first statewide youth chapter, which has been a goal of the party for many years, is to bring more younger people into the party. And having this youth-focused chapter is a very important step to achieving that goal. Additionally, we hosted our very first in-person fundraiser. We had a lot of lessons learned from that. I'm sure we're going to improve on those events going forward. But I really enjoyed that event. It was focused on getting more Greens in government and the funding that always needs to go along with that, of course. We had two keynote speakers. One was Michael Lavery, who spoke about his past campaigns, which was very interesting. And also the second one was Gloria Caballero Roca, who is making her way in right now. She was, of course, she's going to be one of the co-facilitators here today. But she was speaking about her campaign at the time for school committee in Holyoke, which she then went on to win. So congratulations to Gloria. And for me, this event focused on, local communities, how we in the Green Rainbow Party can really have an impact in the neighborhoods in which we live. When I stood up here last year asking for your vote for re-election as co-chair, I read the words from the late Mel King in his book Streets. In particular, he wrote, "The first street I ever traveled down was out of my mother's womb. And the very first political act I engaged in was crying out for attention and having someone address my needs." And I just think that's just a beautiful summary of what politics is supposed to be. Politics is supposed to be about helping people. It's about addressing the needs that people are crying out for us to address. And so for the next year, I would urge everyone here today, everyone watching online, everyone involved in the party, to think about how we in the Green Rainbow Party can have an impact on our own local communities. What offices are making the decisions that impact people's lives every day? How do we run candidates? How do we win those offices? How do we get more Greens in government? That's how we build the party, and that's how we help our communities. So with that, I'll say, thank you for the past year of entrusting me as being your co-chair, and I am looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And since we have had the introduction so far, our next speaker is our keynote speakers, Vicki Elson and Timon Wallace, authors of Warheads to Windmills, Preventing Climate Catastrophe and Nuclear War. As many of you are probably aware, we have a few situations going on in the world right now that are threatening both of those issues to make them much worse. So hopefully we can stop that. That's one of the reasons we're all here. And I'm hoping we can get some ideas from Mr. Wallace and Ms. Elson. Timon Wallace is the national coordinator of the Warheads to Windmills Coalition. He has spent his life teaching, writing, directing organizations, and campaigning on peace and environmental issues in colleges, war zones, and with the governments around the world. Vicki Elson is creative director of Nuclear Ban US, which facilitates the Warheads to Windmills Coalition. After a long career in childbirth education and labor support, she has shifted her focus to supporting human beings with total nuclear nuclear abolition, and converting the resources wanted on weapons of mass destruction to science-based climate solutions. And you might be also aware of the fact that you have the Nuclear Ban Treaty, which is still seeking some sort of support in this country. It's been approved as international law, and it is, of course, the major players that haven't done anything with it, not surprising. So we need to put some pressure on them to do some of that. Timon and Vicki, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, and thanks for being here on a beautiful day. And thanks for being willing to talk about the end of the world, because not everybody wants to do that. But
But we're here to talk about the good news as well as the bad news. Tim has written this amazing book, which is packed full of information and ideas for preventing the end of the world, and he's mostly going to be talking about that. And you are some of the brave, wonderful people who are willing to talk about this stuff. I know you're busy. I know you're perhaps struggling with your own existential struggles. I know it's scary, and I know it's hard to know what to do about it. So thanks for being here.
and Vicki's going to share some of her experiences of talking to the people who are most responsible for the mess that we're in, i.e. the corporate executives and their minions in Congress. So, we're talking about climate and nuclear weapons, and the book covers a number of aspects of both and how they're connected, and you can have a look. We're selling them in the back there. But in a nutshell, what we're going to cover in our short presentation here is, first of all, we don't need to tell you that these are existential threats to the whole planet. I mean, we have so many things that we have to address, but these are two very critical ones. And we know that the money, trillions of dollars that is going into the nuclear weapons rearmament right now is needed to address the climate crisis. There are many ways we can get that money, but we need money, and there's an obvious place to get it. And there's also the jobs that are invested in nuclear weapons and other weapon systems, the skills, the brain power. We need that to help us find some of the solutions that we're still grappling with on the climate crisis. And we also know we can't address either of these issues without the international cooperation, which has gone backwards in the last number of years, and we have to address that. And as was mentioned, you know, the wars in Ukraine and Gaza and so on are just making not just the nuclear threat more real, but also setting the climate agenda backwards by many decades. And we're talking about urgent, bold, comprehensive national action. We're not talking about little steps that we can take now to insulate buildings. I mean, we're beyond that point. We're beyond the point of talking about, you know, whether the U.S. should go ahead with the B-6112 warhead or not. You know, we're talking about the world at stake here, and we've got to address it. And we know what's in the way, which is the corporations. And we know that they control Congress and the White House, and we've got to focus on that. And that's where our good news comes in, because we have the skills and the tools to do that. We've done it before, and we can do it again.
We know that global warming can take years and decades before life on Earth is untenable.
This is not the normal picture you get when people talk about climate change, but this is, if the polar ice caps melt, that's the coastline of the United States. And the same with the nuclear weapons. I mean, we're facing ever-increasing risks from the nuclear weapons, and we're not paying attention.
Either way, what gets us in the end is starvation, whether it's too hot or too cold.
And unfortunately, global warming doesn't cancel out nuclear winter. We have to address both of these, obviously.
But, excuse me, Tim.
oh.
I'm sorry, breaking news. This just in. They figured out time travel, and they're able to send artifacts back from the future. And I just got this. It appears to be a toilet paper roll with writing on it, and it's come from sometime in the future. And it says on it, "Rich people on a dead planet, what were we thinking? God damn it." Oh wait, there's more. This brochure was found along with this artifact, and it has more writing on it. It says, "I miss my beach house, the tide got higher. I miss my country house, it burned in a fire. I miss my yacht, since a hurricane sunk her. I miss my mansion, now I live in this bunker."
So clearly, we need to do better than that, and we can. And we know, it was already mentioned, the Nuclear Ban Treaty. Are you all familiar with the Nuclear Ban Treaty? One huge step forward, which we're going to talk more about. But the inspiration for the book, Warheads to Windmills, was a report done in the 1980s on not only the money but the skills needed for climate and where we could get that. And in England, there was a report that showed for a tidal project, a very innovative new tidal project for creating electricity in the northwest of England, the skills that were needed for that were available in that same place where they build nuclear submarines. And so that was the inspiration for looking at where we are today here in the US. These are some of the costs needed for climate. And this is, one place where the money is there. It's already there. It's already committed to nuclear weapons developments over the next 30 years. And this is all going too fast. These are some of the jobs where people are working right now on redeveloping a whole new generation of nuclear weapons. And this is what they could be doing instead. This is Vicky's favorite slide, like Wizard of Oz, black and white to color. Is it still me? Mm-hmm. Okay. And as we said before, I got to figure this out. The countries that are producing, more than half of all the global carbon emissions, Russia, China, us, Europe, India, these are the same countries that are pointing nuclear weapons at each other. So it's so critical that we figure out a way of working closer together to solve both of these problems.
We don't like throwing rocks at birds, so we are talking about feeding two birds with one scone, solving these two existential crises.
And we do have a bill in Congress. It's Eleanor Holmes Norton, who's the rep for D.C. She doesn't have a vote on her own bill, but she can put bills in, and she has the Warheads to Windmills bill in Congress. It calls for the U.S. to sign the Nuclear Ban Treaty, to work with the other nuclear nations to eliminate their arsenals, and to put all that money and resources into addressing the climate crisis.
So as Tim mentioned before, if you want to find out why we have this problem, follow the money. Do you know the nearest country with legalized corruption?
They definitely know.
You definitely know. The Green Rainbow Party knows. Okay. So you can see why this is so difficult. This is the phenomenon I'm sure you're all very familiar with the revolving door and the campaign financing. I've seen this with my own eyes. I spent 3 days in a basement near the Pentagon, in a hotel basement with 530 members of Congress, the nuclear weapons industry, military brass, White House representatives, and they are in a big hurry to build more, make more money. They're worried about safety regulations slowing them down. And the politicians who were there were pledging, lots more continued bipartisan support. And of course, when you look at who was the major campaign donors for the politicians that were there, it was all the nuclear weapons companies that we're familiar with: Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Leidos, et cetera. Sure. So that's a picture of the conference. Those are the people. That's inside the doomsday machine. That's what it looks like. Tim told me that if I got a press pass and went to this thing that I would need therapy, and I did. Outside there were some demonstrators, and without irony, somebody from the Deterrence Summit said, "Thank you for expressing yourselves nonviolently."
No fighting in the war room. You know that quote?
There was a brigadier general there who congratulated Northrop Grumman on their new B-21 Raider stealth bomber. He said, "This is fantastic. You should all have a picture of it on your wall." He looked like a normal person, but then. This airplane is designed to carry both conventional and nuclear bombs. It costs $692 million each, and Northrop Grumman expects to sell at least 100 of them. So interestingly, this brochure found its way into the Deterrence Summit, and it is a friendly reminder, this is what it looks like, friendly reminder of the dangers that corporations face from divestment, from reputational risk, from legal risks under the Nuclear Ban Treaty. And it was a reminder that a number of nuclear weapons countries have already gotten out of the business of nuclear weapons due to public opprobrium: GE, Westinghouse, DuPont, Morton, Ford, AECOM, Serco. And it suggested that people stay ahead of the curve by converting from jobs of death to jobs of life. The director of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory said, "We have capability because of our nuclear weapons work. What other challenges could we apply our capabilities to? Climate, environment?" Her name is Kim Boudil, and that was a bright spot for me at the summit. It was almost as if she'd read the mysterious brochure.
So, these are the companies we're talking about. I'm sure you know them all.
Wait, Tim?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Another time travel?
Yeah. This just came in. I was so proud of my stock portfolio. Textron, Valero, Chevron, Texaco, Huntington, Ingalls, Phillips 66, Fluor, Leidos, General Dynamics, Airbus, Jacobs, Peraton, Marathon, BAE, BP, RTX, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Rolls-Royce, Honeywell, Koch Brothers, ExxonMobil, L3 Harris, Bechtel, Boeing. Rich people on a dead planet, what were we thinking? God damn it.
So, our focus as a campaign, and what's explained in the book that you can buy back in the back, is how we can actually put pressure on these companies and really make a difference. And we know, because we've done this before, you all know about the movement to end apartheid in South Africa, but there's been many other examples where different kinds of pressure, boycotting, divestment, stigmatizing of the companies, has put pressure, real serious pressure on these companies. And these are some of the tools that we have. I'm sure you're all familiar with stranded assets, where the companies, fossil fuel companies, for example, have on their balance sheet these billions of dollars worth of oil in the ground. And if the world suddenly says you can't have that oil, then those assets are literally worthless, and the company becomes suddenly much less valuable. So these are the kinds of tools. We're going to go through them. Legislative risk is the most exciting one, which we're going to talk about with the Nuclear Ban Treaty. But there are many others, and we can come back and talk more if you want in the question and answer. But reputation is a huge factor in these companies. And as it happens, I did my PhD research on how these kinds of pressures did have an impact in the 1980s on the nuclear weapons industries, and how that then influenced Ronald Reagan. I wanted to know how Ronald Reagan turned from being such a pro-nuclear, anti-Russian president to sitting down and signing the treaties with Gorbachev. And one of the crucial pieces of that was the campaigns that were going on at that time against the companies. I mean, and many of you probably were involved in this, but this was mostly peace movement. For instance, boycott of Morton Salt. Anybody here involved in that at the time? Yeah. They pulled out. I mean, Morton Tycol no longer makes nuclear weapons, and there are many, many other companies that were involved at that time.
So yeah, Morton Salt made salt, and it also made nuclear weapons. Does anybody remember the GE jingle, "We bring good things to life"? They made light bulbs and also nuclear weapons. And they pulled out because of the boycott, and they did that very publicly.
And this is the cool thing about General Electric. If you Google right now, General Electric nuclear weapons, you'll find this page on their website where they specifically say, even today, 40 years later, we do not manufacture, assemble, sell, or service cluster bombs, landmines, or nuclear weapons. That's how much the public pressure had an effect on one company, and they're still today trying to brag about that. But it wasn't just these isolated companies. It was nuclear-free zones all over the country that were not only passing resolutions saying we don't like nuclear weapons, but they were passing legally binding ordinances and statutes that divested from nuclear weapons as a city, that refused contracts with these companies, which is really big. And we're going to give you a few examples of those. But it was a national movement, and we need to get that back again, which is something we're working on.
So for instance, Marin County, California stopped buying their trucks, stopped buying trucks from Ford Motor Company because Ford was making trucks and nuclear weapons. Ford did not like that at all and sued Marin County and lost.
And Oakland, California passed a very powerful nuclear-free zone ordinance, which included this disclosure form. So every single company that wants to do business with Oakland has to sign this affidavit saying they have nothing to do with nuclear weapons. And that's been in operation. I just got this form recently from the Oakland City Council. They're still using it. And these are having, these kinds of impacts are having an effect on the companies because cities have large, multi-million-dollar contracts for building bridges and roads and schools and hospitals. We can boycott GE light bulbs, and it doesn't have quite the same effect as a city telling General Electric, you can't have this multi-million-dollar contract.
One of the reasons we know these countries don't like this kind of... I always do that. One of the reasons we know that these companies don't like this kind of pressure is that they're trying to fight back. And backlash is a good sign. Right now, the big oil companies are trying to sue Greenpeace. That's not a joke. They're trying to sue Greenpeace for hundreds of millions of dollars because of their efforts to build opposition to big oil.
And you've probably all seen what's happening in Oklahoma and some of the other states where they're trying to make it illegal to divest from fossil fuels. And that's evidence that this is having an impact, because these fossil fuel companies don't like the divestment movement. We've already had more than $40 trillion withheld from the fossil fuel industry. That's pretty huge. We don't have nearly as much from the nuclear weapons, but the fossil fuel divestment movement is really making waves.
And hopefully you've all heard about New York City divesting from nuclear weapons and fossil fuels. It took several years and a lot of hard work, but that is huge. We have this commitment from New York City.
And so the fossil fuel divestment movement is everywhere. The nuclear weapons divestment is newer. It's mostly in Europe right now, but we have some of the largest pension funds in the world that have divested from nuclear weapons already because of the treaty that we were talking about.
One of the differences that we have today from the 80s is that there are a lot fewer companies involved in nuclear weapons. They've all bought each other. There's only a couple dozen left. And they also make fewer products. As Tim mentioned, like a city can boycott things like roads and bridges and airports and IT systems. But since GE's out of it, and boycotting light bulbs worked, and the companies are getting hip to that, so they're not producing as many things that you and I as consumers can boycott.
Another difference from the 1980s is that they've passed legislation and regulations that make it more difficult. And one of the things is that, as you may know, a city in Massachusetts has to accept the lowest bidder in a city contract. But you can go to the state and get a home rule petition to bypass that regulation. It takes a lot of work. You have to get the mayor and the city council. We have to get this is at Northampton City Hall, and our local rep, Lindsay Sabadosa. She had to take it to the State House with our state senator. It has to go to both houses of the state legislature, signed by the governor, but we got that. So Northampton now has the right to refuse contracts with nuclear weapons companies, and that sets a precedent. Every other city, I think there's 340-something cities and towns in Massachusetts, they could all do that. You still have to go through this process, but this is a precedent now set, and this could make such a huge difference to get cities saying we're not going to buy from L3 Harris or Raytheon or whatever.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Go back one slide.
There we go. There is one set of products that is kind of midway between individual consumer products and city level or state level contracts, and that is hospital equipment. These companies are making X-ray machines and pulse oximeters and PPE for hospitals, and they make nuclear weapons. So if we can get hospitals to start boycotting these companies, that would be very powerful. Is anybody connected with the hospital system? Okay, congratulations on your retirement. Okay, so another way to reach these companies is with your organizations. This is our Northampton Quaker meeting, and we looked at our assets and stuff in our little Quaker meeting, and we wanted to align with the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, so we discovered we had Honeywell thermostats. So we wrote to Honeywell, we won't buy any more of your thermostats until you stop making nuclear weapons. And they said, oh, we can assure you, this was their legal department wrote back to us. They said, oh, we can assure you that our work is in strict compliance with all laws, including the Nuclear Ban Treaty. And we wrote back, right, it was funny. We wrote back, well, we were puzzled because it says here that you work with the National Security Campus, and does that really have nothing to do with nuclear weapons? To which they wrote back, oh, well, but the U.S. didn't sign the treaty, so we don't consider our work to be non-compliant. To which we replied, But the U.S. did sign and ratify the 1969 Non-Proliferation Treaty, which commits the U.S. to eliminating its nuclear arsenals in good faith and at an early date. Okay? And that was 55 years ago. We're still waiting, but it's still on the books.
So,
Go ahead.
so this is our friend Darius Adamczyk. He was the CEO of Honeywell. He's now the chair of the board. You know, they just keep rotating round and round. He gets about $14 million a year for doing that. And we've had groups all over the country writing to him, hundreds at least of letters. And as Vicki mentioned, you know, we get responses sometimes from a vice president or whatever. They care about what people are saying. And this is the interesting thing. It's not what we wanted, but after getting all these people to write to Honeywell and say, we're not going to buy your thermostats unless you stop making nuclear weapons, they sold their thermostat division, which is not what we wanted, but, you know, it shows the kind of impact that we can have.
So I bought a share in a couple of these nuclear weapons companies so I could go to their shareholder meetings. That's getting harder because they're mostly online now, but I did make it to Honeywell, and I suggested that they move into green products, to which Darius Adamczyk said, thank you for your question.
Okay, so we have a secret weapon here, which we mentioned earlier, Gus mentioned, and that is the Nuclear Ban Treaty. And the reason why it's a secret weapon is not because it bans nuclear weapons, which is good, of course, but there is a clause in here called the Assistance Clause. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this. It's Article 1E, and it prohibits not just having anything to do with nuclear weapons, but assisting anyone else from having anything to do with nuclear weapons. And that is a clause that's in a number of other treaties. And in those treaties that have been around longer, it's very clear that this treaty is interpreted to include financing of companies that make these weapons. So we are counting on this clause to really start putting enormous pressure on these companies from other countries. And the reason for that is because these companies don't just operate in the United States.
Here we have a map of the
Here we have a map. There it is.
Here we have a map of countries that have so far ratified the Nuclear Ban Treaty. Those are in blue. Okay? So in those 70 countries, everything to do with nuclear weapons is illegal. Countries that are in the process of ratifying are in green. Countries that voted for the treaty but haven't signed it yet are in yellow. And countries that have huge popular and parliamentary support for the treaty, so they're coming right along, those are in orange.
Yeah, the gray ones are the ones we got to work on. But just to mention one of those, Australia in orange just had elections last year. They elected a new prime minister who has personally signed the ICANN pledge to support the treaty. His party has supported the treaty. They've committed to signing this treaty. They haven't done it yet, but you know, some of the other countries in Europe have huge support within their parliaments and even in the governing parties. So memorize that map. You see all those countries there in different colors. Now, this is just one example of a company that makes nuclear weapons. Every single one of them have maps that you can go look at that show where their operations are in different countries around the world. They have suppliers, they have investors, they have offices and projects and contracts. And this one, Honeywell, is operational in 110 countries, and many of those are already party to the treaty.
Okay.
Yeah.
We love Ireland. They have divested from fossil fuels and nuclear weapons, and they have in place their own law enforcing the treaty. I mean, every country that joins the treaty then has to figure out how to enforce it. So Ireland is really leading the charge here. They have a law that can be enforced by police, courts, and prisons of Ireland.
And we probably have some from prison abolitionists here, but if we can get countries to imprison CEOs of nuclear weapons companies. That's something I'm very excited about. And this is the penalties for violating the Irish Nuclear Prohibition Act: a fine or imprisonment for life, or such lesser term as may be determined by the court. I mean, you life in prison for having anything to do with nuclear weapons in Ireland. It's pretty amazing.
So theoretically, a Northrop Grumman executive could go to Ireland on a golfing vacation and never come back.
So, meanwhile,
Are you all able to read that caption? Okay.
okay, yeah. I've decided to step down as your CEO in order to spend more time in prison. So, are you all familiar with the Fossil Fuel Treaty? No, because it doesn't exist yet. It's a trick question. But there are more and more countries supporting this. You can't see them on this map. You can see Colombia, but there's 12 countries currently supporting the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and most of them are small islands that will disappear with climate change. So they're very, very committed to this. But there's a huge movement. It's another thing that the Green Party should join, this coalition of organizations working for a fossil fuel treaty, which could have the same impact on the fossil fuel companies that we're talking about with the nuclear ban treaty.
Yeah, the Paris Accords didn't even mention fossil fuels, but we're working on them. So while the world is pressuring the companies with enforcing the nuclear ban treaty, and hopefully someday the fossil fuel treaty, we can be pressuring the companies with boycotts, divestment, and stigmatization. So we're squeezing these industries from both sides. And what we hope will get squoze out of them is the desire to change their profit-making plan and influence governments to help them convert to something more survival-friendly. And then they pass legislation that gets us where we need to be.
So we're not just talking about a vision of what we want and a beautiful dove of peace. We're talking about a dove with teeth that's got some real pressure to put on these companies. We can't just dream about the world we want. We've got to put pressure. And so we have these tools. We have this treaty. We have divestment and all these other tools to put pressure on the companies. So that is our mission. That is our goal. And we're hoping that you will join us.
Yeah, we're much more powerful as an inclusive, multi-generational, intersectional movement. Nuclear weapons, climate issues together. In the USA, this is the Warheads to Windmills Coalition, and it's both climate and peace organizations, as you can see, and Green Parties. Green Parties in Florida, Washington, D.C., Bay City, and there's also a Massachusetts coalition, and we would love, which is this Green Party part of it? Oh, well, the Massachusetts Green Rainbow Party, really, we would love to see it on the list of organizations in the Massachusetts Warheads to Windmills Coalition. Okay, good. Agenda item. Very good. Somebody write that down. And also, in both Massachusetts and U.S. Warheads to Windmills coalitions, we would love to have the Green Rainbow Party of Massachusetts in both of those.
And we're also, so we do have a bill in the State House in Massachusetts. It just got out of committee a couple days ago. It's to set up a commission to look into how Massachusetts can be doing this transition from warheads to windmills. And so again, if any of you are able to help, we really need people from different parts of the state to be writing to set up meetings with their members of the State House. We have a statewide lobby on May 22nd, which I think is next week, or it's quite soon anyway, May 22nd. It's being led by high school students. So we're very excited about it. We have about 18 high school students, and we're trying to build support for that and get this bill out of the State House. So that's our sort of overall summary. buy the book. And
Yeah, so to summarize, we need to pester and put pressure on the predatory profiteers to prioritize people over planetary poisons and let them push powerful politicians to help them pivot to producing more positive products. Brought to you from the Alliteration Department. So the information about the event on May 22nd is at our table, which is in the room up there. And also on that table is Tim's book. We also have a 32-page color kind of cartoon version of the book, which is not nearly as complete, but it is very colorful. We have some actions that people in Massachusetts can take. And we also have, just for you, a free bookmark. Now, this bookmark works really well on any book you own, but it works especially well on that book.
okay, so we have time for questions and discussion. Are you going to lead that, or do we just stay up here, or how does it work?
I have the mic here. If anybody has a question, we can bring it over.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. I don't even know what the time is. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. I'm Gloria Caballero, coming from Holyoke, and I'm a proud member of the Green Rainbow Party Coalition and a member also of Neighbor to Neighbor. I don't know if you are aware of that organization. We are a grassroots organization, and we have campaigns for housing, for environment, especially in the cities of Holyoke and Springfield. And as you were doing your presentation, I was just thinking about language and the problem that the party has bringing more people in. And I think that when we talk about in terms of a language that is not approachable to the common people that are working every day, that are at the verge of eviction, there is this gap that language presents itself with, and how to connect with the ones that are going to support our campaigns for people, for the planet, and for life. I'm thinking about how to conceptualize or decodified when we talk about what is divestment, what divestment is. What does that mean for the regular people? What is nuclear? I know it, we all know, but if we talk about nuclear and the relationship, how it intersects with housing, with lack of education, infrastructure, eviction, et cetera, the lack of democracy of people behind bars, et cetera, then we can connect with people. Then you have a larger, stronger movement. But, and then when we talk about we are not talking about consuming less. If we're really gonna be green, we need to consume less. If we're gonna be green, we need to think about the global south, because it is also truth that green energy, we don't have the resources here, that's why we support CUS in South America and wherever those minerals are. That's a reality. We think of China, but most of what we consume, et cetera, here is produced in China. We need to really rally for those jobs to come back home. So those industries are in the hands of the people that really want to work in this country and produce the goods that we consume. So yes, my question is, how are you, or if you have taken into account, into consideration these kinds of things that I'm proposing, and how is going to be the outreach into the communities that are being disenfranchised along languages like this? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you. I want to thank you for all the work you're doing and for that really important message too. In the book, we talk about, or Tim talks about, how the impacts of nuclear weapons and climate fall much disproportionately on the shoulders of the global south, black and brown people, poor people, and it is important that every solution that we come up with has baked into it justice environmental justice. And so that's actually really important. Like, for example, the cobalt that we need for you're nodding, you know about this. The cobalt that we need for electric cars, for example, is mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo artisanally, which means by hand, which means by little kids. Okay, so that's unacceptable. We have to bake justice into every single thing that we do. In terms of the message, this is a hugely important question, and so I'm going to let Tim answer it.
Well, I'm not the one that does the shorthand versions. I write the book, and it's got 1,000 footnotes for people who really want to get into it and really want to know the answers. But as Vicky said, we have this summary version, and we have a website that we're trying to explain everything in more, common language and do our best to get that message out. But we need people like you to help us with that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Rick Purcell from Holyoke also. Gloria and I are neighbors. How can regular people like me help, like get my city council on board with it, my state rep, Pat Duffy, to get her to sign onto your bill? And I just need the info and I'll send it to them and I'll get it to the city council if you have a resolution, anything like that. And I guess thinking globally and actually acting local is my motto. So how can I get that information to my state rep, Pat Duffy, and the whole city council of Holyoke?
So if you go to www.warheadstowindmills.org, we've got all the information out in the table out back there, but we do have this coalition, and we're trying to get support each other in different parts of the state. So, as you probably know, we had a great relationship with the previous mayor of Holyoke, and Pat Duffy is actually on the committee that we're targeting right now, because our bill got out of the, whatever it was, what was it? Emergency Preparedness and Management Committee. Now it's in the Ways and Means, and she's on that committee. So we need to really talk to her. So that'd be great if you could help us with that. Oh, good.
That state legislation, by the way, is just about creating a citizens commission to talk about these issues. We thought that would be a no-brainer because they send things to study. Well, this is the study, but it's taken years and it's a lot harder than we expected it to be, and we really need people from every district in Massachusetts to be making a lot of noise. Thanks.
Linda, you want to go
somebody
first?
here with? Oh, you got some. Okay. No, she's giving.
What? I'm after you then.
Okay. Yeah, I really, really like the way you link the corporate money to the problem and then pinpoint them as, the target of what we have to do. One thing that I don't know if you talk about, but what I'm concerned about is that often the anti-war movement doesn't talk about the economic resource issue that causes war. For instance, I'm convinced, I've heard this, but it's not popularized, that it's the gas deposits in the Western Mediterranean that are the goal of what Israel is doing, trying to wipe out Gaza, to have a base for going after those gas deposits. The other thing, the whole conflict with China is that they have the world supply of lithium. And so now we're gearing up for war with China. But nobody's talking about lithium. And I think we've got to point that out, that it's the struggle for natural resources all over the world that leads to war. And the other point that I think would be useful to raise in your talks, you pinpoint all the things you can do with the current electoral system we have and the current two parties that are in power. But I think what the whole movement has to start focusing on is how undemocratic our system is that makes it possible for the corporations to buy the politicians, and that third parties that tell the truth are excluded. This is what we're up against. So I wondered if you've considered these issues. Is there a way to incorporate them in what you're talking about? Because by and large, the whole left movement has ignored the issue of reforming our electoral system. So it is democratic, and they're erecting more and more barriers to keeping third parties from gaining traction. So I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
wonder if you could comment. Thank you.
Well, we do talk about all these things in the book because it's a book, and we only have half an hour here, so we've cut quite a few things out to make our presentation here. But I mean, these are all issues for sure, and we're counting on the Green Party to be the one pushing for the change in the two-party system, because it's like you say, it's totally corrupt. I mean, we have to change it. Anyway.
Hi, Eileen Sheehan here. I adore what you're saying, and it takes me back a long years when we were very aware of how when these bombs exploded, it poisoned people and I don't know if we are talking about the commercial use of nuclear as well as the war use. I did not catch if that's what we're also talking about. Thank you.
Again, I mean, I don't know how much time we have, but I mean, these are all huge issues. The nuclear power issue is definitely covered in the book because it comes up at every single presentation we make, and we do our best to explain that nuclear power is also not the answer to climate. And so, anyway, that's the shorthand.
I think we have time for 2 more quick questions. And I have 2 people, fortunately.
Hi. Thanks for your presentation. I was particularly interested in, appreciative of your list of vulnerabilities that these companies have, because that's, Jordan Weinstein from Arlington. Because that's something that is universal and could be applied to in any struggle that you have. So it's great organizing work. My question has to do with, obviously, nuclear war is an existential threat, as is climate change. But there are these regional wars that the United States is involved in with a huge supply chain of companies that provide the arms for these wars, which probably would be the catalysts and the trigger points for a nuclear exchange. So I guess my question is have you given any thought to how to go after, in general, the whole economy of arms spending? Because my understanding is, while the spending on nuclear weapons in the United States over, 150, 170 trillion, that the general arms industry is even greater than that.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about nuclear war because it's a very immediate, global, threatening problem, and we have to address it. The whole war machine is also needs to be addressed for sure. And as you said, these regional wars like in Ukraine makes the danger of nuclear war and nuclear holocaust that much greater. Yeah, I mean, we do. I mean, there's a lot more in the book than we've presented in half an hour, but all these issues are important. So it's great that you're raising them.
Yeah, Tim reminds me once in a while that while, methods to reduce the danger and all that sort of thing those are baby steps, and we're beyond baby steps now. We have to really be serious. But then, because he has a big perspective, he'll remind me every once in a while that solving these 2 existential crises is a baby step. and that we as a species need to address war, hunger, disease, inequality. Capitalism, little things like that. So, but first we have to survive.
Yes, if I could just thank the both of you for the consistent work that you're doing. Greatly appreciated. My name is John Blumenstiel. I'm from Sharon, Massachusetts. And I want to sort of go back to the beginning where Gloria started out as a noble representative of a school district that needs her support and help. She talks about taking these overarching issues and connecting them with the failed ability of our country to meet the needs of local communities. And for those of you who are interested, you could check out an article from a few months ago in the Green Rainbow Party's blog called $1 Trillion Does Not Teach Our Children How to $1 Trillion for War Does Not Teach Our Children to Read, based on some studies that the Boston Globe had done about the failure of our system statewide to meet kids' reading needs. And in that, there's some math that works out to, if we reduce the Defense Department allocations annually by just 30%, which is very conservative, it should be much more than that, but that would return $5.4 billion to Massachusetts on an annual basis to work on whether it be climate change, or the article was emphasizing on the educational needs and housing needs. But we need to make those connections. We can talk up here, and you guys have done a great job of it, and we need to connect that to what is not happening in our local communities and how they are all suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I just want to point out one week of action, a global week of action in June. I think it's June 17th to 23rd, is that right? Which is about no money for nuclear weapons, and it's exactly to try to bring up all the things that we could be spending this money on instead, that we need this money for. It's not just climate, it's all the housing and education and all the other needs that we have. So if you can join that, that's again a local actions happening all over the world on this big global issue. So please keep that in mind, those states.
I just want to mention that we are probably not going to be here all day. And Andwin is part of our team. She's fantastic, and she knows everything. And so, if you want Tim to sign your book, better sooner rather than later, because he might not be here.
Thank you very much for your time and your expertise. Thank you very much. And now we're shifting on to the fact that we obviously, as part of the convention every year, we have to nominate officers. And so we have the ballots are in your packets, most of them I hope. And unfortunately, I think the nomination pages themselves did not get copied, so they're blank pages. If you have blank pages in there, use those. I have a bunch of blank pieces of paper over here that are scrap paper. We need to get signatures for if you wish to run for the various offices that are listed in the packet. You need to get signatures and bring them in. We use a ranked choice voting process, as you're aware, and that's something that Rick and I will eventually count the ballots. Although I don't know why I ended up signing up to do ballot counting and this, so somebody else might want to step in to help Rick with that. So do we have currently any candidates that are interested in being nominated? Brian?
I would like to be nominated again, to serve again as treasurer of the Green Rainbow Party. What can I say about that? I said I got it down. I think I can do this. And I feel like it plays a part of a team, and I'd like to keep serving this role with your support. And thank you for allowing me to do so in the past.
Thank you, Brian. Does anybody else wish to? We do have a long list of them.
I would like whoever has the gold Prius parked behind my car to move it because I need to leave for a while. Thank you.
Anyway, so what we need are female co-chair, male co-chair, treasurer, secretary, communications director, membership director, fundraising director, and representatives, male and female, for GPUS and GPUS alternates. That's what we need. We currently only have one nominee, which would be Brian for treasurer. Do we have anybody who would like, Jack?
I'd like to nominate Eileen Sheehan for Communications Director.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any nominees for, well, let's start at the top. Any nominees for female co-chair? I thought you were interested, Gloria. We can have more than one. I mean, it's however you want to do it. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Cheryl Rose as female co-chair, motivated by her role in the election campaign. And in case Cheryl chooses to support a different candidate, then I would like to nominate Cheryl Rose as election campaign director for the GRP, which would be a creation of a new officer position.
Okay. I actually don't think that's on the agenda at the moment, but it's a good idea. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Gloria Rose Caballero for female co-chair. Gloria? Speech. She taught me everything I know.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the nomination. And Gloria Caballero from Holyoke. I'm a doctor, double doctorate in cultural studies and in social sciences. I teach at the Care Center, and inside the Care Center you can find Bard Micro College, and I teach there, and I also teach at the Clemente program, which is sort of like a college prep program at inside the Care Center. I am honored for this nomination, and I would love for, if anyone wants to run for this one or another position, count on me to support your, whatever you want to run for. But I really would like to expand the office. I mean, this position, we need to come to start getting more creative, engaging more youth, going to colleges, door knocking. We need more blood here. So thank you so much, thanks.
Yes. What? No, I support Gloria.
Okay.
Co-chair is a spokesperson.
Okay.
I think Gloria just passed her interview beautifully.
Okay, that works. Okay. Okay, hold on, Eileen.
I would like to nominate Cheryl for membership director.
Penelope wants to be the membership director, and I support Penelope.
I respectfully defer to Cheryl.
No, I can't be because Henry's going to be on the committee, and I already boss him around enough.
Well, either way, we do need a membership director. So somebody, As are you. So what's your take on that, Penelope?
If Cheryl defers, I will assume the nomination. However, I want to acknowledge that I admire and respect Cheryl's work tremendously.
Appreciate that you said that. Thank you.
Thank you, Penelope. We still have blanks for male co-chair, secretary, fundraising director, and obviously the various GPUS representatives. Oh, am I too close to the mic? The camera, I mean? Sorry about that. So do we have any other people who wish to be nominated for anything? We have a bunch of blanks.
I wish to be nominated for National Committee Delegate, if anybody wants to. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is Maureen Doyle. I wish to be female GPUS alternate. I've been representative for a couple years, so I would like to be alternate now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? While I'm wandering around with the mic here. Hello? Hello? I would be interested in being male co-chair if you would support that. I mean, my background is I've been 6 years on, Okay. No, well, thank you. I have 9 years on the town council in Southbridge. I've been in a bunch of town boards and committees. I've been involved in the Green Party off and on for like the last 15 years, more or less. More involved lately than some past years. And so if you'd be willing to support me, I would certainly welcome that. I like a lot of what Mike has done with leadership in the last year or two. And I think we can push forward to especially do a lot more to help promote party development and get more people involved in this party. And I'm a big favor of trying to get more people involved in local governance specifically. Okay. Does anybody else want to be nominated for other positions? We still have a few blanks here. Penelope. Yep. We do still need a fundraising director. That is one of the hard ones because we have that's often been blank. I mean, and the party, as I think most of you know, it would be really nice to have conventions that we had standing room only. And part of that, and part of the fundraising issues can be to help us to help develop additional people, get more people into the party, promote the issues that we have out in the public. That kind of stuff often needs funds, and we're a relatively small organization, but we actually have several thousand people that are registered as Green Rainbow in the state, plus people who are registered Green, plus people who are registered Rainbow. That's another whole issue with the Secretary of State. That's a mess. So it would be really beneficial to have somebody as a fundraising director that has some experience with fundraising and benefits and those kinds of things. So if anybody has that kind of experience, that would be really, really helpful for our party. Please step forward. I do not see anybody doing that at the moment, unfortunately.
To withdraw a nomination.
Okay. You can do that, I suppose.
My understanding is that it's not in order to nominate people for positions that are not in writing, in the bylaws.
Right, that's true.
So I'm withdrawing my nomination of Cheryl for campaign director. However, I am begging that the administrative committee, she accepts? No. I'm begging the administrative committee to bring together the extant election campaign that is thriving throughout the country with the Green Rainbow Party apparatus, which right now has no visible campaign activity that I can tell, by naming someone such as Cheryl as campaign director with its own ability to do so.
All right, we got a little bit of a difficulty if people aren't here. So I have a temporary proposal. And that is, we need a secretary desperately. We have one that's been doing beautifully. And she is willing to step in until we can see if there is another person who was mentioned, name of Kate Hamill. I beat you. She's not here. So what I'm proposing, Lois, do you have a different?
Well, I'm texting with Jamie now. They're on their way, and I don't know if she's answering me now.
Okay, so in the absence of Kate, who we thought we were going to be able to nominate, I would like to ask if Maureen would step in and continue until we clarify the Kate thing, so we don't have an absence.
Thank you, Eileen.
Hey, can we start by, I'd like to see some hands if possible. Who here has ever run for office? Anybody run for office? Okay, good. I see some hands up. Going. Who's ever helped someone run for office? Okay, so, yeah, we're all in the same boat here. Thank you so much for running for office. I know it takes courage because when you run for office, you're putting yourself out there. You're setting yourself up for possible public criticism. And that comes. So, thank you for running for office. OCPF, the agency I work for, you see the website here, the Office of Campaign and Political Finance. If you've run for office, you're familiar with us, but if you haven't, your connection with OCPF is oftentimes when you see a newspaper story. And if we're ever in a newspaper story, it's probably negative. And so sometimes people are scared of us. You know, I've taken calls before like, oh my goodness, we don't want to deal with OCPF. It's funny for us because we don't see ourselves that way. Our legal department, they do have to work on cases, and that's the stuff you're going to see in the Globe and the Herald and in your local newspapers. But I'd say that, you know, more than 90% of our time is spent trying to help you, trying to help candidates, political action committees, parties. I call it the EAR method. First, we like to educate. This is a complex campaign. This is a complex law. Yeah, Ross, thank you. Grace, thank you. We like to educate. So we have classes, we have guides, we have videos, those sorts of things. We want to teach you the law, which can be complicated. Then we're going to assist you. We don't just say, you're trained up, you know, good luck. Call us. I was speaking to someone right over here who said he called our office. Email us. It's our job to help you through this system, the system of campaign finance disclosure. And then guess what? You're going to make mistakes. Mistakes will be made. We get about 50,000 campaign finance reports filed with us every year from about 2,500 different committees. You're talking about state reps, state senators, county candidates like sheriff, city council in bigger cities like Worcester and Brockton and Haverhill. They're filing with us. Hundreds of local party committees are filing with us. All of these different political committees are out there raising and spending money, and the name of the game is disclosure. The money raised and the money spent, that information needs to be disclosed to the public. So I just want to show you, give you a little demo of what our website does for this disclosure portion of it. If you don't mind, I'll take a seat over here and give you a quick demo of our campaign finance website. Some of you have probably been here before. If you ran for office, you've been to our website. But I just want to show you real quick some of the most popular disclosure pages on our website. Now, who here raised their hand that they have run for office before? Yeah, what town are you from? It was in Worcester County? Okay, very good. Did someone run for office and they're from a town, perhaps? Yeah, what town? Arlington. Yeah, in Arlington. So let's say you decide to run for office again. And you've invited all your family and friends to your fundraiser. And they're going to be coming to your fundraiser. You've sent out the invitations, but then you think, you know what? I wonder, are there other donors from Arlington? Are there other people? Maybe I'm overlooking them. I probably know them. I just have overlooked them. You can go to our website, and I'm glad you chose Arlington because alphabetically that's going to be easy for me. But this right here where it says search contributions, if you can see that, this is the most popular hyperlink on our website. This is where your political consultants go, your journalists, people who run parties. They go to this database. I already said we get about 40,000 campaign finance reports each month. If we were just each year, if we were just to take those reports and put them on our website, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So our IT department takes all of that data and they put it into this database. So as a Arlington resident. I'm helping someone run for office in Arlington. I want to find out who those donors are. So I can go down here and find Arlington. And if I click there, you're going to see that $3.7 million worth of donations have been contributed from the town of Arlington. That's too big. So I'm going to narrow it. I want to see who the big money donors are in Arlington. So I'm going to put $500 here. And the most that any individual can give to a candidate is $1,000. Now we've narrowed it down to 2,000 donors. I only want the more recent donors. So I'm going to put in 1/1/2022. Now I have a more reasonable list of 189 donors. So as a candidate in Arlington, I can say to my team, hey, does anyone know anyone on this list? Perhaps we can get a few dollars for our campaign to run for select board, school committee, state rep. And someone can say, yeah, I know Alicia Whittington. How did we forget Alicia? Someone send an invitation to 215 Mass Ave. This is how our database can be used. This is just one very small example of how it can be used. So play with it. It's your database. It's your taxpayer money. You paid for it. Feel free to play with it. I want to show you, before I move on, my favorite part of the OCPF website, and it's where we sort campaigns by type. We have 2,500 different candidates and committees. We like to sort them by type. So I'm going to go down here to reports by office. And if I click here, you will see all the different types listed. If I'm going to point them out here. Legislative candidates, statewide, mayoral, city council, county. Over here we have PACs. My understanding is that the Green Party is a PAC right now. Ballot question reports, state parties, local parties. It's all listed here. When we do these training classes for candidates, we say you can get money from individuals. That's a big one, up to $1,000 per year from individuals. Where else can you get money? Basically, two more sources. The first one, political action committees. There are 250 political action committees organized in Massachusetts. They're all listed right here. Some of them are pretty wealthy. If we were to sort it by amount, you'll see at the very top, SEIU, they have $3.2 million. Then $1.8 million for the laborers union. Then hundreds of thousands of dollars. Candidates can go to these political action committees and they can ask for up to $500 per calendar year. So if I were to click right here under the Painters District Council, they have $323,000. I'm running for office in Arlington. If I click here and I go to their committee information, which it's taken some time to pull up here for a sec, then you would be able to get the contact information for that political action committee and ask for the funds. Let me try that again. It does say who they have historically given to, yes. So if I was going to give to the Mass Police Association, I could send a letter to Donald Bombino and in Medford and ask for $500. She was asking, does it say who they have given to or perhaps who gave to them? Yes, all that information is here as well. If you go here to reports or to data, I'm going to go to data. You'll see all the contributors here. This is who gives to the police PAC. And then their expenditures are listed here, who they give money to. It's all listed there. For example, for those of you who can't see that far, it says, Committee to elect Thomas Quinn, Michael Rodricks, Alan Sylvia, Michael Moore, $500 checks going out. In Massachusetts, we do a study every 2 years for the state Senate and the state House of Representatives. The average winner spends on the House level about $30,000. That doesn't mean you have to raise and spend $30,000. That's the average for a winner of the 260 state reps we have in the state. Then you have another 40 senators. The average winner spends close to $100,000 to win their race. So a lot of times, it's not always the greatest thing to say, but you do need to fuel your campaigns with campaign cash. But there are exceptions. There are some people who just hit the pavement. And I heard a story about a candidate once who just bought a bunch of the yellow sticky the yellow sticky things, and yep, the Post-its, and we just show up and write notes and leave it at the door and talk to people, and that individual ended up winning, spent hardly any money. So let me just go back to the front page. So the Campaign Finance Office, we're a small group of about 17 employees at 1 Ashburton Place in Boston. That's right across the street from the State House. And like I said, we're all about disclosure. So over the next few minutes now, hopefully all of you have this little handout I gave you. We're going to go through these top 10 rules. Hopefully by the end of this, if you decide to run for office or help somebody run for office, you'll have a pretty good feel on what you need to do. This isn't on the list, but it's on the flip side where you see the little blue quotes on the top. And this is pretty much the number one rule. Communicate with us. Talk with us. We get dozens of calls every day to the OCPF office where there are candidates, they ask simple questions like how much can I get from an individual to complex questions involving super PACs and different things like that. So our contact information is right down here. If you're going to run for office, please feel free to contact us. So let's start with number one. It says file a statement of organization before doing anything, really. That's the key. You want to organize. You want to register. You want to let people know, especially us and your city or town clerks, if you're filing on that level, that you are running for office. And before you raise and spend money, you file that form. With OCPF, it's electronic. You go online, and you can click right up here that says Organize with OCPF. And in about 10 minutes, believe it or not, by filling out that form, you can be an official candidate running for office in Massachusetts. It takes about 10 minutes. If you're on the local level, like select board, school committee, maybe city council in a smaller city, there's a paper form called the M102. And that is filled out and handed into your city or town clerk. And then again, you are a candidate and you can begin to raise and spend money. And she did it. All right, good. Following the rules. At our level, I told you we're all about disclosure. So it kind of rankles us a little bit when we find out that there are candidates out there raising and spending money and they haven't even registered because there's no disclosure. And that's what we're all about. The public needs to see who's fueling campaigns and how that money is being spent. So before you take that leap, organize, please. What's number two? Collect name and address of all contributors in any amount, whether by cash, check, credit card, or in-kind contribution. All these different tenders. Most people take money by checks or by credit card. You can contract with a vendor, and they can help collect your credit card contributions. I think about 50% of all contributions are made by credit card or debit card now. So that's the primary way of collecting money. You can take money orders, but only up to $100. Those are pretty rare now. Cash tends to be the big problem because cash, you can't trace it. The key rule is name and address for every donor, even in cash. So always collect the name and address for all cash contributions. For example, merchandise. Let's say that you're going to sell something as a candidate. It could be T-shirts or hats. Sometimes, maybe someone will, rent a cotton candy machine and they'll go to the town common for the town event. There's the spring festival in a town, and they sell cotton candy for $3. Believe it or not, the kid who buys the cotton candy, he or she's a donor. So you'll need to get their name and address. That's why we say, if you're going to do a bake sale, if you're going to sell cotton candy or hot dogs or something, maybe you shouldn't do it, because maybe you should just pay out of pocket and give those things away for free, because it is difficult to keep track of that. I took a phone call once, just last year for the municipal campaign. There was a guy, he held his sign at a Rotary in town. And he told me, he's like, hey, some guy just drove up next to me on the Rotary and threw a $20 bill at me and said, good luck on the campaign. I have no idea who the guy is. What do? We consider that an anonymous contribution. That's cash without a name and address tied to it. I said, deposit the money, report it as an anonymous contribution, then cut a $20 check to charity because you can't keep it. So that's key when it comes to cash, name and address for all contributions. Number 3, report all contributions and expenditures made by the candidate for the campaign. Before I came here yesterday, I was checking out your website, and I noticed you guys were having a silent auction. And that means that there are going to be goods and service, goods sitting there, and people are going to be bidding on them, and that means money. I was very happy to see that there was a little notation. If you buy something, we need your name and address, because we have to report that through our political action committee. So yeah, that's how you do it. The key is you're collecting money, you need the name and address, you need to disclose that to the public. So if you're filing with OCPF as a candidate, state rep, state senator, county candidates, statewide candidates, you're in what we call the depository system. This is what we consider a very easy system to report in, because you're only reporting really half of what you're doing, and that's your contributions. You get money, you put it in the bank, and you file what's called a deposit report. Those deposit reports show who contributed money to you. On the expenditures side, you only make expenditures using committee checks or committee debit cards. Why? Because your bank reports your expenditures for you. There's some poor person at the bank actually sitting there looking at your checks and your debit card expenditures and typing that stuff into our system and filing it. Let's take a look at that real quick. Lately, banks are like, that's just too much work for us. And it's actually the most frustrating part of the process for the candidates is finding that bank. The rest of it I consider to be easy. But so if you were to, I'll just type in Healy here. I know she's a different party, but everyone knows the governor. If you go to Maura Healey's page, and we go to reports, and for those of you who can see it, there are a lot of reports here, a lot of numbers. It's all monthly. So here's April, March, February, January. It says that she has started the month of April with $1.5 million. During that month, she received $53,000 in contributions. She spent $67,000, and she has $1.9 million cash on hand because she has a savings account. This is pretty unique in the United States for residents of a state to be able to know exactly how much money that their elected officials have, how much they're raising, how much they're spending every month. Every month this is updated in this depository system. So banks may not like it, but it really does serve the public well if you're interested in who fuels the campaigns here in Massachusetts. I'm sorry? Yeah, you can see who gave. So I'm going to sit again. This is the Green Rainbow Party. You guys don't care if I'm like informal, right? I should probably take this off. So I click right here. And then if you look here, you can see the receipts. All of these individuals gave to Maura Healey in that month. So, yep. That's an OCPF list. So if you go to ocpf.us, you'd be able to find this. And so our auditors, they look at this stuff. We have a team of auditors at OCPF, and they look at all 40,000 reports that are filed with us. I can already see one thing right here. See that 2,000? That's a red flag for me. I'm like, what the heck is a guy giving $2,000 for? What's going to happen is our auditor will see that as well, and so we'll send a letter. What probably happened was Kevin had a spouse, and they gave a $2,000 check, and the committee just failed to split it off. And so those are like the little things that you'll make mistakes on too. Hopefully you get those $2,000 checks. But you might make mistakes on that too. It's not the end of the world. Our auditor will see it. You'll get an email. You'll be like, oh, gee, what did happen with that? You'll fix it on our little computer system, and then we all just keep rolling forward. I'll go back to the front page again. All right, so disclosing contributions and expenditures, that's big. Number 4, if a contributor gives 200 or more in a calendar year, report their occupation and employer. That's where you see that. If you've ever read a Boston Globe story where they say, Governor Baker has received $40,000 from the insurance industry. It's not really the insurance industry giving it. What happened was the reporter went to our website and looked up all the contributions that were made by someone who worked at an insurance company. So occupation and employer, that's where we get that information. Number 5, candidates and committees cannot accept corporate contributions, including from LLCs, LLPs, and partnerships. I started working at OCPF in 2008, a long time ago, and in 2010, something happened. The Supreme Court of the United States issued an opinion called Citizens United. That probably rings a bell with most of you. Citizens United. So that came out, had to do with corporate contributions. All of a sudden, we get a wave of phone calls because people knew businesses can't give in Massachusetts. And they started asking the question, they can give now, right? I'm a candidate, I can start taking business contributions. And we had to correct everybody. No, that's not what Citizens United said. Citizens United was the first decision, and then there was another federal decision that ended up creating what we call super PACs, or independent expenditure PACs. That's what it did. Corporations can now give to these independent expenditure PACs to support or oppose candidates. But business contributions in Massachusetts are still strictly prohibited. So when you're out there running your campaigns, if your buddy gives you a check and you take a look at that check and it says John Smith Lawn Care LLC, you have to say, John, sorry, I can't take your LLC check. But do you have a personal check? You can cut that to me. No, well, when I use the term business, I'm using that in generalities, but it's really, corporations, LLCs, S corps. Yeah, there are people out there, I guess. Yes.
And they're like, this is my legal name. I only have this one name. So your office ended up contacting the clerk, and that is how that person is registered. So that is their legal name, one name, and we are able to accept that donation. So if there's questions, you always call. Everybody is so pleasant, and they will answer your questions, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. It's just the culture there. You know, we get emails and we get calls. I feel like we frantically try to answer that question. And then I'm always amazed when I send an email or try and call some organization and they don't give a darn. I'm like, why don't you guys give a darn? Please answer me. We try to answer questions. So when it comes to businesses, probably the number one thing that we see that we have to resolve, mistakes that are made. You know, no one's going to jail for this kind of stuff, but the mistakes that are made, you're running a campaign, let's say, and you have your little team because you're going to have your fundraiser coming up. There's going to be an event. It's going to be in your backyard. And so you've planned, you know, your cousin's going to do the DJing. Some people are going to bring some tables and chairs. You've planned the list. Everything's planned out, but then you're like, what are we going to do about food, people? What are we going to do about food? And your best friend from childhood raises his hand and says, Jason, I own a pizza joint. I'll just donate all the pizza to your fundraising event. And then as a candidate, I have to say, we'll take your pizza, but we have to pay for it. Because in Massachusetts, businesses cannot contribute to candidates in kind or monetary. So bottom line is you have to pay for the goods and services that you receive from businesses. That's kind of a big hurt. That's kind of candidates trip up on that quite frequently. I can talk about how we resolve cases at the very end. I will. Number 6, provide a clear statement of expenditure purpose to show political purpose and keep receipts and invoices. So that pizza example I just gave, now it's time for me to report. We actually bought the pizza. It cost $150, and I put East End Pizzeria, $100, pizza. And so that gets reported. You're going to get a letter from OCPF. Because candidates need to show that the expenditures that they made were for a political purpose and not primarily personal. Was that pizza for your kid's birthday party? We know it's not, but you have to show the public that it was for a political purpose. We call this purpose information. And so for that example, I'd say pizza and drinks for backyard kickoff fundraising event. And that's how I would report something like that. Detail, that's important. If you want to avoid our letters and you want to comply with the disclosure requirements, please provide details for all of your expenditures. This says public employees cannot be committee treasurer and candidates cannot be treasurer of their own committee. That one's easy. An appointed public employee, police officers, firefighters, school teachers, people who work at UMass, Quinsigamon Community College, all these different places, county jails, they can't be treasurers of your campaign, which kind of flows into this next one. Public employees cannot solicit, receive, or handle contributions. If you're running a campaign in Massachusetts, you're going to have family, friends, supporters who are public employees, appointed and compensated public employees. I'm one, I'm a state employee. And then all your friends and family who work for the fire departments in the city, the DPW, they're all public employees. They can help you on your campaign. You know, you might have a brother or a sister, they're real good at making graphics. And so they make graphics that you can use and you can put it in your Instagram and your Facebooks and all of those different posts. But then when the fundraiser comes up, your brother who made you those graphics, he can't go on Facebook and say, make sure you guys go to Jason's fundraiser, $25 a head, it's at the VFW, and post that to Facebook. He's a public employee, and he may not solicit or receive campaign contributions for any political purpose. So that's the solicitation. It can be verbal or written, like on Facebook. Verbal would be you have a team of volunteers, and they're making phone calls, inviting people to a fundraiser. Your family and friends who are public employees, they can't make those fundraising phone calls. The receipt, we might see that from time to time, the receipt of campaign contributions. You are having that fundraiser in your backyard with the pizza. You know you need to get the name and address of every donor who shows up. So the line's starting to get long. And you're like, we need to get this party started. So you go up to your cousin and you're like, hey, can you go work the door and make sure, and try and get some of these names and addresses and collect those checks? And he's like, sure. He goes to the front door, but you forget he works part-time at the community college as a janitor. He cannot actually physically receive those funds. Something to think about. When you run your campaigns, maybe identify your public employees and say, there's a lot you can do. You can hold my signs. You can go to my rallies. You can even get on stage and give a little rah-rah speech. Just don't ask for money, directly or indirectly. When it comes to government building, yes?
Normally, you guys wouldn't know that, but the other campaign that you're running against, somebody might be attending that party and say, Sam Snow did that, and then they could report you anonymously, or how do you know?
You're exactly correct. This stuff is going on out there right now. The only time that we get word of it is when someone files a complaint. The example I gave with the line and someone going up to help collect checks, I gave that because that was actually a complaint that came in. So not everyone at the event was really for that candidate. Someone was there looking around, to see if anything was wrong, and then filed a complaint with our office. Yeah, so.
And I worked on a previous campaign, and the other campaign, it was a ballot initiative in Holyoke. And we were a small group of people, and they were a huge group of people, and they outspent us 5-1. And we beat them on the initiative. And because we did that, they filed a complaint with you guys saying that we're bad because we're taking money or whatever. And your director called me, because I was the chair of the campaign, and said, somebody filed a complaint against you. And I told him, okay, whatever you're doing, you just let me know that they're doing an investigation. So I said, can I find out who filed it? And he said, no, it has to be anonymous. So that's fine. I understand why you would want to protect that other person, because he was part of the other campaign and probably a major contributor. He was mad because he spent all that money and lost. But after it was resolved, you sent me a letter, not you, but your office, sent me a letter saying this has been resolved and you're off the hook. But I never found out the name, and I never knew did they get punished for filing a false complaint?
That's the question. Did they get punished? No. People are not punished or penalized at all.
Or
for
fined or
filing-
anything?
No, for filing a complaint that we look into it. By the way, we have a team of attorneys and an investigator, Sarah, Maura, Mike, Everett, who are so reasonable. They are nonpartisan. They come to work as state employees, and they get these complaints that come in, and they're just like, okay, there's a complaint made. Let's just find out what the facts are. They start making phone calls, emails, getting information, and then they say, what is the best public resolution for this? And they do so. But when it comes to complainants, if we release the names of complainants, there probably wouldn't be very many complaints that are filed with us. And that's how we find out a lot of times whether someone's doing something illegally is through the complaint system. So we always keep that. That's always confidential. How much time do I have? 5 minutes?
What the result was. You know what I
yes.
mean? Why the
Oh,
result
yeah.
was that? This guy squealed on me, but he's not going to be held accountable for it.
Yeah, we closed it probably administratively, and so no letter ever actually went out. The only time you really know the details is if we find something, and then we release what's called a public resolution letter, which I'll show you here in a little bit. Yes.
What's often confused me is whether your office gets involved in helping folks who are not candidates or campaign committees, but who have organized like a local issues committee.
Mm-hmm.
For example, either we have a couple, Trees is a Public Good is a local one, we have another, Green Arlington. If we're this sort of informal committee that wants to support an issue or maybe oppose or support a ballot question, and we want to collect money, does that also require reporting and organizing according to OCPF?
Not for issues groups. There are lots of issues groups out there, like the ones you just mentioned. Maybe they're just interested in saving trees or building sidewalks or something like that. They can raise and spend money to do so. They can even raise and spend money to maybe influence the select board or the city councilors, that sort of thing, you know, one-on-one, that type of activity. Where we're always looking is, are you spending money to influence voters on a ballot question or to support or oppose candidates? That's what we look for. And so let's say there is the group, you know, Save the Trees group, and they spend all their time buying trees, having little rallies, that sort of thing. But then they decide, you know what, we're coming up on an election, and there's this group of state representatives who are pro-tree. Why don't we support those? At that point, we say, okay, that's fine. There are some steps you need to take, though. You need to maybe form a political action committee on the side to support those candidates. Or if it's for a ballot question, form a ballot question committee on the side to do so. So all of these groups, they're out there. They can get political, but there may be some steps they need to take with OCPF so that they can disclose that portion of their activity to the public. Yes, Gus?
Thank you, Jason. Quick question is that when I was in the preview of leading into this, I looked up some of the state law in Section 55, Chapter 55, Section 5A says, no candidate or individual holding elective public office shall establish, finance, maintain, control, or serve as a principal officer of a political action committee. And I was curious if you can explain that a little more. And how does that specifically relate to us, considering we're sort of in that weird middle zone between PAC and a party?
Yeah. So a political action committee, the PAC that he was just talking about, there is a section of that law that says elected officials on any level, whether it's the governor all the way down to select board, they can't be the principal officers or control a PAC or finance a PAC. That just means that they can't be in charge of what the PAC does. So there can be the Green Party, or Green Rainbow Party, political action committee, but the treasurer shouldn't be someone who's elected. The secretary, the people actually making the decisions, but they can be part of it. They can be a part of it. They can't finance. So we do sometimes get this question, hey, I'm a state rep. There's no one on the ballot who's opposing me, so I have a few extra dollars. Can I send a check for a few $1,000s to a political action committee? No, we'd say that's probably financing a PAC. A few $100s may not hit that threshold of financing. So before any elected official gives to a political action committee, from its political fund, we would say, email OCPF. Let us take a look at it, and we'll give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down on it.
And to clarify, up until last summer, I was an elected official. I'm not now. So I would assume that back in that time, I would not be able to be co-chair of the party.
That's correct.
But now I can.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Is that okay, as considering the fact that I'm an appointed Board of Health member? That's not a conflict?
That's not a conflict. You're not
Okay,
elected.
cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
A quick tech question. For the OCPF website now, are you using MySQL? Do you know?
I do not know.
Because there was a transition between SQL and MySQL. I was a candidate in 2002, and that was an issue then. And it's a disclosure issue, because is there a state law that says that all software has to be open source software?
I don't know that answer, sorry.
Okay, I'm just curious about that. Yeah.
And then we have a question in the back.
Yes, I do. I also want to thank you for the very, very friendly, helpful attempt to answer my questions at OCPF. You guys are wonderful. Thanks. However, there are limits on how much individuals can give to local people, to PACs, to federal candidates, and keeping those things all separate has been more than I understand. And so I hope that you'll come out with some Dick and Jane ways that we can understand when it's a PAC contribution and we're hitting a limit versus when it's a candidate contribution. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll point you to this. It doesn't address the federal issue. I'll take a seat again. But down here, where it says contribution limits, there is a handy chart that allows you to say that, okay, so an individual wants to give to our political action committee, the limit's $500. Can a political action committee give to a candidate? Yes, $500. They can give $5,000 to a state party, and so on and so forth there. No limit to a ballot question committee. So if you have extra funds in your PAC and you're like, you know what, there are some ballot questions. There's the MCAS question, and I know they're doing something about auditing the legislator and something about psychedelics. If there's something that you're into, you can give money from your PAC to those ballot questions. This is annual, calendar year limits. That's right. That's right. Yep, and people plan that. So we have this. When it comes to the federal question that she had, she would want to call, you would want to call the Federal Election Commission and see what they have to say. I'm sorry, you had something? So she was saying, how can you give twice? It's a calendar year limit. So an individual can give $1,000 to a candidate in a calendar year. So let's say you go to that candidate's Christmas party in December and you hand them a $1,000 check. If you go to their New Year's party in January, you can give them another $1,000 check. It's $1,000 per calendar year. All right. Okay, real quick on public buildings, and then I'll get your question. In public buildings, you're talking about schools, senior centers, universities, no fundraising in those buildings. So I'm glad you're having this here in a church, because you can solicit or receive campaign contributions here. You can have your silent auction, collect dues, that sort of thing. But if you were having this, let's say at UMass, at a UMass school, you would not be able to do so. And then there was a hand, sorry, yeah, right here, sorry.
We do signature gathering. Are there any special concerns if a public employee is asked to sign a signature, let's say for our candidate? Because I've heard this from some people.
Okay, so our office does not deal with the nomination paper signatures as far as public employees goes. Where we might have some advice is if you walk into town hall and you start going into all the different city departments, town departments, and asking people to sign it while they're on the job, we'd say avoid that.
Never do that.
Yeah, avoid that, but otherwise I would contact the state's elections division they have answers on that.
And if I'm on, let's say, the Conservation Commission of my town as an unpaid volunteer, but I'm on a committee, are there any special concerns I would have in what I do with this party here?
Not with our office. The only questions that you might have would be with the state's Ethics Commission. I've listed the FEC Ethics Commission. I keep sending you guys somewhere else, but yeah, that's where you'd want to go to the state's Elections Division, which is actually in our building. But so the last one here talks about penalties that you can be fined if you're late. But I just want to point out real quick our legal page. I keep talking about rules, and if you went through the campaign finance law like Gus did, at the end of each section, there's scary language about jail time and these massive fines and things like that. That's not happening. I'm just going to quickly go to our legal department page. Agency actions. Most of our resolutions, our cases are resolved through what we call public resolution letters. You'll see people from Mattapan, Dennisport, Abington, different things here. We found something, some sort of, someone did something that was illegal. We don't want to send it to the Attorney General for criminal charges, so we just resolved it on our level with a public resolution letter. If there's something that's very serious or something we just cannot resolve on our level, our only legal option is to send that information to the Attorney General's office and say, you guys handle it, you decide what to do, criminal, civil, or nothing. It's in your court now. So that's how we resolve these issues. But if you've worked with us, you know that most of these issues, you may have taken a corporate contribution. We're not going to go to the statute and say, oh, that's a 1 year in jail and $50,000 fine. And a lot of times, our audit department, they might just call you up and just say, it looks like you deposited an LLC check. Oh, yeah, that's my brother-in-law. He's not really a corporation, but it is. So let's fix this. And they'll have you purge that or take some sort of action. Some of your audit letters? All right. Let's take a look real quick. I think I've run out of time. Yeah. Oh, you're closed down though, right? Oh, there you are.
And yes, we are pretty close to the end of your time there, Jason. So, can we maybe answer that one more question and then?
And then we're done.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So if you look at Grace's, if we look at correspondence, let's see here. We probably had something. We had a closing letter. Are you talking about a public resolution with you?
There has to have been
for
something.
Now, I'll just go to these audit letters. And it looks like we had some issues here as well with the audit letters. So sometimes these audit letters go out, and this is just a way for us to say, hey, we see something. Help us fix it, and can you please fix it? And so that's what she's talking about. By the way, the current incumbents, people with tons of money, they hire people to do this for them, and we still find stuff. So don't freak out if you get a letter from us. Just go, oh, OCPF, they're asking questions. In a timely fashion, please try and fix that, and then we'll just all move on with our lives. Thank you very much for having me. Lastly, I'll say that, some of you, you'll be leaving here, you'll be going back to your communities and working in campaigns. So I'm going to leave some of these. This is almost a favor for me, is that if you take a little stack of these and you go back to your communities, you hand them to people who are politically active. This is what we want. We want people to contact us for campaigns. So I'm going to leave those in the back, probably on that back table right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason, for coming and participating and answering some questions. And right now we're going to take a quick break for 10 minutes so you can take some time to visit the tables, check out the silent auction. Also, if you have any nomination forms that are filled out and signed, please turn them in. I've got several of them here. I don't know if Rick is collecting them, but I've got like 4 or 5 now, so I can turn them into one of us. And we will be back at 5 minutes of.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, it's on.
But it doesn't.
It's not working? It was on. Is this working?
It's on, but it's.
I don't think this is working either, actually. This mic's not doing anything either.
No, it's probably the speaker.
Test one.
Hello?
Hello?
No? Is everybody here?
This isn't. There it goes. Now it's working.
Hello?
Give me 1 second. Let me just.
Okay.
Can you stand over here for me?
Again?
Just because I have the cameras. If
Sure.
you're gonna, are
Oh,
you gonna
yeah.
direct anything, or is this just for the room?
Yes, I'm co-facilitating the second
Okay.
part.
So
Yeah.
give me.
Okay, let's start. No, no. Start reconvening. Let's go back to our seats. No. Hello. Hello? Hello? Sure, sure. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. So first is the result of the vote. Then afterwards is...
I just met Trinity from Holyoke.
Oh, yeah. She has voted.
Yeah, is that cool?
Yeah.
Hello? Are you ready? Okay. It was a minute ago.
Yeah, he's working again. Hello? Yeah, Gus?
Corporate technology.
Hold on, but let me just set up both because the power went out on my thing.
Oh, again?
Let me think. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Did everybody get their signature sheets reported to me? Any outliers?
Also, anybody who has ballots.
I got ballots.
Anybody who has ballots, get them to either me or Rick. Fill out your ballots and get them to
So what comes next is that Gus is going to write down the names of the candidates that were nominated today in the morning and see who got elected for the different positions. And we have an announcement.
Hi, folks. We have an opportunity that I just wanted to float because it's going to be one of those someone's got to know the right person because you happen to know the right person situations. But the Register of Deeds for most of Worcester County, Worcester and most of the surrounds, and there's some exceptions up north. But the Register of Deeds in Worcester is one of two registers of deeds in the state of Massachusetts who will not record things for homeowners. Records things that are clearly illegal for the banks, will not record our stuff. And we started putting out the word, the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure team, that we were looking for a candidate, and so she contacted us and asked to meet, and we put it in front of her and said, look, this is what you're doing that's not legal. And her response was, oh, mortgages aren't deeds, and so I don't have to record these. Her problem is she's been a real estate lawyer, mostly working on closings, since 2005, and guess what? Mortgages are deeds. So she's been a register of deeds now for 5 years in Worcester County and doesn't even know about 2/5 of her job. So she's a sitting duck, she's doing stuff that's illegal, she's doing stuff that's discriminatory, and although the signature deadline is passed, there are other ways to write people in and potentially still get on the ballot in November if you get written in September, and I can explain how it's done. But what we need is somebody who's passionate and who's interested in running. So I'm putting out the word broadly. We expect, if we do our work right, that we will be bringing a lawsuit showing that this woman is violating equal rights before November. So there. Hello? Before November. And so that's going to make her relatively hard to re-elect. So if we have someone passionate who wants to do it, I just got asked about qualifications for the job. People often think of it as a job a lawyer should have, but actually it's bad to have lawyers have this job, because then they think they're like little judges and they can decide what papers should or shouldn't get recorded. The ideal candidate would, for instance, be a librarian with management experience and a union background, because if we get somebody union to run even this late, the unions will make sure they get elected. So we need an archivist with management experience and who's passionate. And thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Well, now, se fue otra vez. Ah, no, ya volvió. He's back again. So in any case, thank you so much, everyone, for staying through the program. This has been an amazing convention. Now, the second part of this event, first we're going to have Mr. Hy Turnman. He is our next speaker, but before he speaks, let me introduce someone who's here. Hello? Yes. Mr. Daniel Strong Walker Thomas, an indigenous person from this land, regional owners of this land we're standing right now, and he would like to bless us for Unity Coalition, for understanding, and it's going to be an honor for us to just receive the blessings of these amazing indigenous people of this land. Please, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Gloria.
Do I need this microphone, or can you hear me? Wanishi, thank you. Hey, Sago, my name is Chitaneso Elukwe, which in my language is Strong Walker. I am of the Delaware Nation Lenni Lenape people. Our homelands are New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. I'm here today, and we are all standing upon Nipmuc land. It's very important that we not only acknowledge that, but do our best to create a relationship directly with the Nipmuc people. It is not necessary to have a nonprofit in between you and your relationship with an indigenous community. It is appropriate completely for you to reach out to that community directly, the Nipmuc community, which lands we are on, and request to work with them directly. I'd like to take a moment, as our spirituality here as American Indians is universal. We don't wish to push anything upon you that you don't want to believe or don't believe, or if you believe nothing at all, that's okay with us as well. But we'd like to invoke in Kishilamenik, we'd like to thank you for this time together in a circle of people who are not only looking to talk, but to walk. Thank you for being surrounded by change makers, idea makers, people who are willing to put their mouths and money and effort where their words are. Thank you so much for people who are trying to repurpose nuclear weapons in order to support the Green Party and the Green Movement and the Green idea. And Wanishi Creator, for these allies who may or may not have indigenous blood, but feel connection to the land, to the earth, to the soil, to the winged ones, to the ones that crawl, and to the ones that walk on four legs, and to our fish brothers. I won't take up any more of your time because I know everyone here has a good heart and a good way. But before I leave, if it's okay, in front of this good community here, I stand as a representative of the American Indian movement. AIM, American Indian movement, has long and deep roots within society as a spiritual movement first and foremost. We are not a political movement. To us, unfortunately, many times, it's left wing, right wing, same bird. So I thank you for your third-party challenge, your third-party thought. You're bringing new ideas to the circle. In this circle, I would like to, in the spirit of Wounded Knee, where one of my uncles, John Thomas, served proudly with Russell Means and many of the other American Indian movement leaders. This is a patch that was gifted to me at Pine Ridge Reservation. I've taken it off my jersey, and I'd like to present it today to Mr. Hy Thurman. Hy Thurman, you've done some amazing work for our community. You've done amazing work to build bridges. Not only have you created bridges between the black and the white communities, but you've brought the red community, yellow communities, brown communities, and people who identify as all shapes and forms and walks of life. It's proud to present you with this patch, with this hawk feather, and with sage picked from the Pine Ridge Reservation. Ho.
Oh. Thank you, brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now it's an honor and pleasure to hand this back over to the true moderators. Thank you very much, Green Party, for everything you do. Wanishi.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful and necessary. Necessary because we need to, as he very well said, Mr. Thomas, we need to reach out to this community, the original owners, work with the original owners of this land, and not only politically, it is a spiritual journey that we all here are, trying to cover for peace, for people, and for the planet. Yes. Let us introduce Mr. Hy Thurman. Hy Thurman became a community organizer and co-founder of the Young Patriots Organization, a group of displaced Southern white young people. He also co-founded the Original Rainbow Coalition, an international coalition made up of the Young Lords, a Puerto Rican gang turned political, and the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party that fought for self-determination of the people in their communities. Mr. Thurman is a co-founder and advisor of the Second Rainbow Coalition and author of his autobiography, Revolution Hillbilly. Before he addresses us, he brought with him a film, a documentary that he very much, gracefully is going to share with us for us to ponder on what the content is, look at how much reflection needs to be done, and how our struggle and fight should continue on. Without much further ado, Mr. Thurman, thank you so much for joining us.
All power to the people. Every time we started a meeting back in the day with the Rainbow Coalition, we would have people to throw their fist up, if you can do that. And you can say, power to the red people. Power to the black people. Power to the yellow people. Power to the brown people. And power to the white people that have a revolution on their minds. All right, that's how we would start off our meetings. Just to tell you a little bit about the Rainbow Coalition. This is the original Rainbow Coalition. I'm not talking about Jesse Jackson. He co-opted our name and took our name. But we were a part of migrants that came up from the South looking for jobs. Between 1920 and 1960, over 1 million people left Appalachia because the farms were being taken over by big conglomerates. The coal mines, they were just brutal people working in coal mines, a lot of people with diseases. The coal mines shut down, And so a lot of the people had no place to go. The banks took over their land, which is they took over your land, you know? So people had no other place to go but to other states. And most of them went to northern states, midwestern states. Over 100,000 of us ended up in a community called Uptown, Chicago. And this film will pretty well explain how a group of young hillbillies, you know, former clans, you know, rednecks, white supremacists, how we were raised, could get involved with something called the Rainbow Coalition, which was a coalition with the Black Panthers, and at that time, the Young Lords, which was a Hispanic organization, gang turned political. We also, AIM was a part of that back in the day. I remember we took over some land and with AIM, and we put up an Indian village in Chicago. You know, so we were, I wouldn't exactly say that we were all that radical, but we learned to be radical. We learned to be revolutionaries because of the way that the system had treated us, and just by realizing that we're all brothers and sisters, you know? And I can look around and say, well, I think some of you guys were here at that time, you know, and looking at this age, don't worry about it, you're still pretty and handsome. You know, you're not old, you're just chronologically gifted, you know? So keep it going, you know, keep the movement going. And what you'll see on this film is that how that coalition came about. We'll have interviews with some of us old timers, and we'll also show what we looked like when we were younger. I didn't look too bad, you know, but now I just look like a canned ham, you know. But we keep at it. So I'd like to show you this film. It's called The First Rainbow Coalition, and that was long before, got it? Well, that was long before Jesse Jackson or any of the other Rainbow. That's where the name came from, would be right here. And I know that you've named your Green Party Rainbow, you know, and I just want you to know this is where it came from. And I think we're going to start the movie, can we? Well, you want me to talk some more? I can bullshit all the time, you know. Spam. Spam, you'd be square. I remember those. I like the cheese. There we go. Got it?
If you're white, you're right. If you're black, stay back.
But I don't think the majority of them know how to live like the white people.
Well, like I say, there's a place for them. They have their own place. They could stay there.
It's in Chicago. We have no ghetto, and we have no Negro ghetto.
Chicago has the largest concentration of Negroes in an urban ghetto of any major city in the United States.
The biggest and most serious problem confronting the city of Chicago is her race problem.
You think we're going to have racial warfare? I certainly see that coming.
We need to teach the Koreans we are citizens and that we deserve the same respect.
You see, people are learning to struggle together, people are learning to fight together.
They say I'm black and I hate white people. I'm white and I hate black people. I'm Latin American and I hate hillbillies. I'm hillbilly, I hate Indians.
So we fight amongst each other. We're gonna fight racism, not for racism, but we're gonna fight for solidarity.
When I was young, I did everything and all the other gang members did, and I would get into a lot of trouble. A rough kid. When I was young, I did everything and all the other gang members did, and I would get into a lot of trouble. I was in a rough kid. House of Correction in the whole Martin Luther King gets killed, and the rioters are coming into the jail. I was in the House of Correction in the whole Martin Luther King gets killed, and the rioters are coming into the jail in mass. And at the same time, I'm hearing about the Black Panther Party on the loudspeaker on the radio.
We're going to defend ourselves rightfully with guns and bullets.
And I said, that's what we need to do, like the Black Panthers in the Puerto Rican community.
People call me Bobby Lee, Bob Lee, but my birth name is Robert E. Lee Jr. III. In the black community, it's like naming a Jewish kid Adolf Hitler. You're gonna have a lot of fights. I was born in Houston in the Fifth Ward. You were told how not to stare at white people, get off and get over when you saw them coming down the street. You were aware. But when you left home, you left your community, you could be killed, you could be beaten. Arrived in Chicago. Now Chicago was no different. It was segregated.
I'm from a small town in Tennessee, eastern Tennessee. And people ask me why I got into revolutionary politics, and it's because of poverty. We were very poor. I started to work in the field with my family when I was about 3 years old. We were very poor. We would pool our money together, and that's how we would eat in the evening. So I came when I was 17 years old, looking for a better job, better life, into the uptown community.
Chicago was a really important migrant destination. It was attracting a lot of Southern African Americans, Southern whites, and Puerto Ricans from the island. There was this perception that there were really good wages to be had in Chicago. They were encountering a white ethnic population that had already been settled there for many decades.
We settled on the northern part of downtown.
We were from Puerto Rico, and we settled on the northern part of downtown. Lincoln Park became about 40% Latino. Everybody was neighbors, everybody was family.
If you were Puerto Rican and you went into an Italian or Irish neighborhood, you would get killed. So there were certain boundaries that we knew, the whole community knew, that they couldn't go there. We don't allow Puerto Ricans in this restaurant. You can't be in this beach. The Young Lords, that's how we began, fighting for our people, a nationality gang. And the Young Lords went looking for the fight. We went to Benny's Pizzeria and demanded to be served, or going to the beach and cracking open heads with beer bottles, just so that we can go to the beach. And then there was West Side Story, the first movie about Puerto Ricans. And so all the Young Lords went to the Biograph Theater, and that's where we got our colors, the Puerto Rican gang, in the movie. Everybody went and used red dye and had their shirts purple, and that became our colors.
Everything was segregated. Everybody was with a different kind. You didn't come into their community. When I went to Chicago, I noticed everything was segregated. Everybody was with their own kind. You didn't go into their community, they don't come into your community. And that's the way it was in Uptown because it was Southern white. Well, the Uptown area, that was a slum. It was a, ghetto. A series of articles came out classifying us as a very dangerous population. We were incestuous, we were violent, ignorant, racist. And that was the first time I had ever been called white trash, was when I came to Chicago. Initially, we had gotten together a street gang, young guys who were hustling like anybody. You could not get a job. I had to go in and literally sell blood just to survive. Students for a Democratic Society came into the community, and they formed a joint, Jobs Are Income Now. They were talking about the civil rights movement. We started getting a political ideology.
Trying to help the people in the neighborhood with the landlords sounded better to me than what I was doing. I mean, I wasn't doing nothing. I was with kids running the street.
I want to show you what has happened to the neighborhoods surrounding the Negro community. This is the Negro community as it existed in 1950. Now, the green color is the Negro community as it existed in 1960. It doubled its size. This area cannot take any Negroes because it will be inundated and never integrated. We're not going to take it.
When you looked at a map that showed the south side and the west side joining in a gigantic L, that is the largest contiguous area of 90 or more % black population in the world outside of Africa. Segregation in Chicago was locked in. Mayor Daley had used virtually every instrument of government to keep it segregated.
Daley, who served as mayor from 1955 to 1976, was at his peak the most powerful, the most influential urban figure in America.
From the Cook County Democratic Party down to the precinct captains, it was a well-oiled machine, the Democratic political machine.
Chicago was known for a long, long time as one of the most segregated cities in America. What Daley did is not to challenge that on any level, and that was very important for him politically because so much of his base were extremely resistant to the idea of blacks moving into their neighborhoods, and Daley served their interests.
Now is the time to get rid of the slums and ghettos of Chicago. Now is the time. We must realize that there must be alliances now between Negroes and white people of goodwill. Get rid of poverty that engulfs so much of our nation.
I've been in many demonstrations all across the South, but I can say that I have never seen, even in Mississippi and Alabama, mobs as hostile and as hate-filled as I've seen in Chicago.
You feel you're in a closed society, Dr. King, here in the Southwest side of Chicago?
Oh, yes. It's definitely a closed society, and we're going to make it an open society.
The white flight went to the suburbs to flee minorities coming into the communities. And Mayor Daley wanted to bring them back into the city. Urban renewal was a racist plan and supported by the federal government with funds.
I would hope that tomorrow every slum building in Chicago would be demolished and we'd have a decent home for every family. This is the aim of the present administration, and we're going to go through with it.
We were just talking on the street corner and at the bars about how the neighborhood was changing in that. And then we found out about a meeting at the Community Conservation Council.
We walked in there was a model display. There's areas that are vacant, and these were Puerto Rican areas. And we saw nothing but 12 white men there directing the meetings, so we told them, no more meetings here, unless you have Black, Latino, and poor white representation on your council. And they looked at us like we were crazy. So to prove our point, we picked up chairs and started throwing them around, tore up all the plumbing, trashed the entire place. We shut down the Department of Urban Renewal for about 3 months. That was a victory.
I come from a people in the neighborhood that never worried about checks from anyone. I think as far as I'm concerned, there'll be law and order in this town as long as I'm mayor.
What were you doing when this rookie cop hit you? I wasn't doing anything.
Police brutality. Police everywhere aggravating everybody. And just any reason to get us in that police station. And they had a bench with the handcuff on the side so they can cuff you and beat the shit out of you with a phone book or whatever they wanted to hit you with, as long as they didn't leave any mark.
We knew that we could either give up. They were free to do their own activities, whatever they want, you know, to treat people any way they wanted to treat them. And we knew that we could either give up or we could fight, so we decided we'd fight.
You would get beat up before you even walked into jail. I just got beat up, you know, that was it. And I had to accept, who do I complain to?
When King was killed, all of us was affected. Rage, anger.
Shoot to kill any arsonist or anyone with a Molotov cocktail in their hand in Chicago.
Daley showed his power through the use of his police during the Democratic Convention in 1968. That was Daley.
No one lost their lives in Chicago. And all I did was what I thought was my duty under the Constitution and under my oath of office. I've never tolerated brutality.
The Democratic Convention, we had seen the hippies being beat in Lincoln Park. We could relate to that. What was going on in the Vietnam War, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X being killed, our families being evicted from their homes, all that affected us and awakened us. The young ones started transforming themselves from a gang into a human rights movement. The mission was self-determination for Puerto Rico. That meant that we were powerful as a people, as a nation, to promote a sense of pride for being Puerto Rican. And we wanted neighborhood empowerment.
What we have to do now is pull ourselves together into a functioning group of people who can go out and rebel against that.
See, one of the things that's good about the Young Patriots is they're all interested in the problems they got here. You know, and they want to change them.
We're going to be patriotic to the community, not necessarily patriotic to the system. That's our way of being patriotic. If we're going to try to help our community, then we are patriots.
I'm the deputy chairman of the state of Illinois Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism. It's a byproduct of capitalism.
Fred was such a powerful speaker that, you know, once people heard Fred speak, they were just, you know, drawn. We want freedom. We want the power to determine our own destiny. That's the first point. We want true education, decent housing. We want people to have fair trials with a jury of their peers. We want to end to police brutality. Pretty much the same things that ring true now, unfortunately.
Everybody in the state of Illinois is going to have to be involved or even around the revolution because we're going to have one.
For all of us in the party, Fred Hampton
was someone we all respected.
The Black Panther Party this time is a political self-defense, military, armed political unit. That's the definition of the Black Panther Party.
You could touch Fred. He was a servant leader, read a lot. And I was very impressed.
There's no educational program here? No.
Fred came to me as his field secretary. He said, well, Lee, you handle the North Side.
One day, Bob Lee said, hey man, I want you to take a ride with me tonight. We got to go to this place called Uptown. I need you to be my security man.
They were poor, man. Well, I'm talking about slum. You could smell it. See, you could smell a slum.
We all went to this community meeting with the Join organization.
Panthers are here. Panthers are here. For Uptown. Okay? We come here with our hearts open. You cats to supervise us, where we can be of help to you. What do you want in your community? What do you want here? Are you afraid of you want to take berets off now, or what?
There were a lot of suspicions about the Black Panthers, that they were gun-carrying terrorists.
It was a scenario that I had never been in before. I see some guys with Confederate flag patches. I was a little concerned.
The thing we got to deal with is concept of poverty, man. We got to be reach color things. See,
The building's not fit for dogs to live in, but humans having to pay $144 a month for the thing. They sell the building, to new ownership. What we need is understanding among the people, coalitions between the people to sit together and take them owners and put them over here in the lake somewhere.
right on. Once you realize, man, that your house is funky with rats and roaches, same way a black dude's house is, once you realize that your brother's been brutalized by the cops, the same way the west side and south side is, once you realize that you are paying taxes for the cops to whoop your ass. You're paying them. And you're paying them to kill you. Deal from there. The same thing's happening on the south
Bob
side.
Lee turned out to be quite an organizer. And he says, yeah, my name is Bobby Lee, but my real name is Robert E. Lee. And we all laughed. He said, you gotta be kidding me.
Who's here that want to see this thing move? Right on. But the first thing we talk about now is how we're going to organize. Where are we going to organize?
And, we're all going to get run out of here eventually.
That was a good meeting. It was. It got everybody riled up. It was a good start to a coalition.
We worked very, very hard in the Uptown community. It was 2 weeks. We went there every day, every night. Here's a white community asking for help from the Black Panther Party. I knew that this was serious.
We went to the 18th District Police Station as a community. We locked the doors, we pushed them to the side, and we spoke. So it was a non-violent takeover of the police workshop meeting. The very next day, it came out in the news, and that's when we met Fred Hampton.
We were talking about how we can work together. Then they told us about the Young Patriots on the north side.
We said that we would work with anybody, form coalition with anybody that has revolution on their mind.
We called a coalition meeting. To bring them all together. It came together, man. We all sit together. Boy, you look good, boy.
This here is the Rainbow Coalition button, and there's white, brown, yellow, red, and black. It didn't matter what color you wore this one pride.
The Rainbow Coalition was about uniting communities so that we can make revolutionary change.
Our communities were all struggling for the same cause. In unity, there was force.
Urban Southern whites with Puerto Ricans and blacks. I don't think there had ever been anything that substantial in any urban environment.
What was going on in your neighborhood? The same thing was going on in my neighborhood, you know? And how are you going to change that? You ain't going to change it by hating the people in the other neighborhood. But the fastest way to change that was for those neighborhoods to come together. Housing issues, police brutality, just being fed up. That's what we could all agree on.
Panther Party in Chicago, they're not only organizing the Young Lords, they're creating coalitions with another vanguard revolutionary group called the Young Patriots. Poor white people have begun to relate to the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. The young Appalachian white people.
That flag meant blood and murder. Who the fuck wanted to be around that flag, man? Let's be realistic now.
I just want to deal with black and black liberation. Everybody gets uptight when a few hunkies get their heads beat. What did they do when we was getting our heads beat?
So you got some panels couldn't handle it, man. They couldn't handle it. They left.
We always had the flag. We were brought up with the Confederate flag. We were trying to confront people on their racism. You know, wear the flag with the Black Power or Free Huey, and it would spark up conversations. The contradiction makes people think. Fred Hampton understood what we were trying to do, and therefore he welcomed it into the Rainbow Coalition and allowed us to even go to rallies wearing that flag.
If you go organize with folks, you first respect the top back.
We started going around with him. He took us under his wing and basically helped us, you know, guided us.
We say to Pig, Bailey, Hammerhead, Hannaran, Pig Collins, and the rest, no more brothers will be taken from us without cause.
Class consciousness cuts across all kinds of strata. For poor white people to be working with poor black people was unheard of.
Black people and white poor people and red poor people and Puerto Rican poor people and Latin American Puerto Rican people of poor people of all descents. They had them caught up in movements based on racism when the Black Panther Party stood up and said that we don't care what anybody says. We're going to fight racism, not racism, but we're going to fight with solidarity.
This was during the peak of the Black Power era. The revolutionary struggle that we were envisioning was to eliminate racism. And in order to eliminate racism, you couldn't practice racism.
The motto of the Black Panther Party was all power to all.
Came together as true brothers and sisters to stand up together.
The motto of the Black Panther Party was all power to all the people. Not all power to some of the people, all the people.
Children were going to school hungry, and there were no federal programs for that. And the Black Panther Party was the first group I saw that was talking about taking control of your own destiny. Instead of just asking people for something, it was like, okay, if our kids are starving, then let's give them breakfast.
They showed us the importance of programs. We set up a free breakfast for children program, a free health clinic and dental clinic, a free clothing program, a food pantry. Something that the government, Mayor Daley, was not doing.
We got the free health clinics.
We started working with the coalition and were able to get resources from that to set up a free health clinic.
We're feeding 3,000 to 4,000 every week already, and I don't know how many all around the country. We're out there every day and educating. People learn by example. I don't think anybody has an argument with that. And I think the Black Panther Party's doing that.
It was not a disciplined organization, but more of a symbolic mass movement that was trying to bring in more and more people into the coalition.
The idea of the Rainbow Coalition made a lot of sense to us, and we promoted that. We taught about Fred Hampton a lot.
These experiments were happening all over the country. In Chicago, there was another organization called Rising Up Angry. They organized all over Chicago. And there were rainbow coalitions, small r, small c rainbow coalitions all over the place that included groups like the American Indian Movement, like the Brown Berets.
As we worked together, we thought, well, we're really a lot stronger if we do this together. And it made us think that if we really want to change society, we all had to come together and support each other's struggles.
It just felt natural that you would struggle with other people who have been marginalized and who have been held down and who have been oppressed.
Whether you're from the south, north, east, or west, or whether you're a Negro, hillbilly, or a Yankee, we're going to stand here and fight together. Mr. Daley can take his money and his machine, his uptown can take his money and his machine and go straight to H.E. you know where with it.
There's been trouble, and there's going to be more trouble. We're going to continue to have more trouble. You see, people are learning to struggle together. People are learning to fight together. And I don't think that's trouble, you know. I think that's self-defense, you know. I think we're defending ourselves, you know. I think the trouble has already come whenever removal came to this neighborhood.
The Black Panther, we're going to run this black community. We're not going to compromise.
There was this sense of solidarity internationally. These are communities who are struggling for very much of the same goals into oppression.
That we were connected to the world and uniting with all these struggles. That was the beauty of it. The world was on fire and we were part of that flame.
It appeared to me they wanted the white community to think that they could be violent if they had to on behalf of their people, so don't mess with our people. They were meant to scare them. But it was turned against them. It played right into the hands of Daley to say, you see how these violent people are?
We're talking about revolution.
This was a complete challenge to the structure. It wasn't saying, let us in. That was not, you know, that was not the position of the Rainbow Coalition. We didn't want in, so he didn't have a handle on us.
Every meeting that's been held in Thresholds Hall has been observed by the Red Squad and photographed because I've watched it. I want to know what the purpose of this is.
The Red Squad? They take your pictures just as these people are taking my picture here.
The Red Squad. Their purpose was to identify and observe and even arrest people that were considered to be communist or socialist or on the red side.
They tried to discredit us. You know, these guys are criminals, they're being arrested. So that's the image that people would get in the community.
Police department's gang intelligence unit. The unit that I was in formed a Panther Squad. We were at this particular rally. Some kind of way the grumbling was, there's a lot of pigs in here, you know. So from the front of the room, Fred Hampton said, will the pigs please leave? So about 6 people got up and we all kind of eyeballed each other. We were in there scattered out. Then we started to talk amongst ourselves what this mindset was and how threatening was it really to just everyday police work. And it wasn't. It was a threat to misconduct. It really was.
Counterintelligence program, spying on groups to disrupt forces that we found.
Counterintelligence program, it was spying on groups to disrupt forces that we found objectionable. That's what we did. The good word is neutralize.
There was a mindset.
Black Panthers, you know, all these groups, they were the enemy. There was a mindset, we were gonna lose the country. You know, it's us versus them. And we worked with the police, but we all generally thought the same way.
And that's why it's so serious today. Here's the state's attorney.
There's been a glorification of this gang structure, and that's why it's so serious today. Here's the state's attorney.
What about that? Hanrahan was very tight with Mayor Daley. He was one of his cronies. He wanted to destroy us. He declared a war on gangs.
They are brutalizing their own neighbors.
They were not criminals, even though the Chicago Police Department lumped them together with street gangs. It allowed the police department to chase them as if they were gang members.
Reverend Johnson has made an offer about the first.
Reverend Bruce Johnson was a pastor of the church that became the headquarters of the Young Lords.
Consider it a youth gang. We consider it a viable community organization.
We began working immediately with the church.
We're already begun taking in applications for the Children's Center.
Now the city of Chicago began attacking the Reverend like they were attacking the Young Lords. And they began fining him for $200 a day every day that the Young Lords remained at the church. All we wanted was to get some help for our community.
In the gang intelligence unit, our unit, this is all gang crime stuff. They went in where the people were doing breakfast programs, busted eggs out of the refrigerator on the walls. They poured flour and busted eggs in the flour. They unnecessarily set back something that was a legitimate breakfast program. But that dry run, they were so frustrated because of who they were looking for was not there that day. And that was the day I decided that I didn't want to be in that unit anymore.
The reason why we haven't been able to open the daycare center is because the city has found ridiculous violations in the building, such as the floor is too low, the ceiling is too high.
They knew that we were going to begin to get a lot more support from the community. And the only way that they could stop us was by using bureaucracy.
I think that they should also look around in some of those apartments where the children will have to stay, where they are getting lead poisoning, and not in a church where we are trying to take care of them.
It turned out to be a very powerful coalition. It was kind of making them look bad.
We hear constantly the attack on the establishment as though it is some invisible force that does nothing good for the community and for the country. I have no apology to make to anyone for our country.
To a great extent, I think Daley was simply unable to understand a lot of the societal changes at that time. Perplexed, frustrated, he fell back on repression.
This three-day conference may well be the turning point for what has up to this point been an increasing but loosely organized revolutionary phenomenon that will probably streamline and solidify what is now called the movement.
Now, we come from Chi-Town, we come from Monster. We come from a monster. And the jaws of the monster in Chicago are grinding up the flesh and spitting out the blood. The poor and oppressed people, blacks, the South Side, the West Side, and the browns on the North Side, the reds and the yellows, and yes, the whites. And we got together, the Young Lords, Young Patriots, the Black Panther Party in Illinois, and we said, now, what are we gonna do? And we said, we're gonna intensify the struggle, motherfucker.
I was in the hole in Double Lock, which is where they usually put me in to the jail. The warden of the jail came and he took me to his apartment and he put the TV on.
This being the first Sunday since the Reverend and Mrs. Bruce Johnson were murdered.
He was stabbed 17 times and his wife 9 times.
Because he wanted to work with the Young Lords.
I believe that's why he was killed.
We're praying that Hanrahan leads the charge.
Before a raid, the police would hit the field, start arresting people. Your postman's face would change. You knew they were coming. I would be lying if I said that we wasn't afraid.
Fine, man, but I just wish they would come tonight. Yeah, well, I want them to come. I mean, what was that?
We had 2 attacks on officers.
It wasn't raid at this time. We were attacked, man. You can look at the windows, man.
Was there a fire in the,
They set a fire after they got through.
Got into the shootout, Southside, police.
November, Spurgeon Jake Winters got into a shootout on Southside with police, and
He shot 2 police who died, and they shot him about 1,000 times. So when you have those
he shot 2
type of
police who
dilemmas
died,
going
and
on, it's difficult to
they
have
shot him about
not only
1,000 times.
organization, but a coalition.
So when you have those type of dilemmas going on, it's difficult to have not only an organization, but a coalition.
The police were harder on us when we were political and we were in a gang. If we were in a gang, we would be picked up on a Friday, released Monday. When we were political, they were talking about life in jail.
I think that the issue here is that judges and the state's attorney have been working with the GIU and everyone else to try to suppress the Young Lords organization who are trying to speak out. You know, we're a poor organization.
I had 18 charges on me. They were all felonies.
For mob action and other demonstrations, basically lived at the courthouse. And so did Chairman Fred Hampton and some of the other leadership.
And why they want to get rid of me? Because I'm saying something that might wake up some other exploited people and some other oppressed people. And if all these people ever get together, then these pigs that are exploiting us, we'll be able to run them into the lake. That's why they want to get rid of us.
We went to jail together. They put us in the same hole to segregate us from the rest of the population. They were afraid that we would organize the rest of the jail population.
I'm out on an appeal for trumped up robbery, and we got around 9 people still locked up in jail. Not a question of nonviolence or violence. The question is between resistance to this fascism or either non-existence within fascism.
COINTELPRO, one of the aspects of that program was to prevent the rise of what they call a messiah that could have the ability and charisma to bring together and to further empower groups.
All power to all people. We say white power to white people. Brown power to brown people. Yellow power to yellow people. Black power to black people. X-power to those that we left out.
The 20-year-old chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton, was shot and killed in a pre-dawn shootout with State's Attorney's Police in his West Side apartment. Another party member, 22-year-old Mark Clark of Peoria, also died in the shootout.
Chicago Police, COINTELPRO, Red Squad, they were all collectively responsible for the murder of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark and the wounding of others.
Chicago Police took them out. If they didn't want you around, you weren't going to be around. That's the way it worked back then. And it was scary. I went home, got my gun out, and I sat there.
When Fred Hampton was killed around
I sat there and waited.
4 o'clock in the morning, they were...
I didn't know what the next move was going to be. Nobody did.
When Fred Hampton was killed around 4 o'clock in the morning, they were calling us. That's when I found out about it. And we took a group to the apartment. People from all over the city came to be witnesses in case the police came back to remove any items. I recall Jesse Jackson speaking.
Government
government couldn't make him and couldn't destroy him. They shot him and he multiplied.
I recall Jesse Jackson speaking and try to not show any emotion, act like a macho. Hold it anymore, just
Fred,
went into tears.
this is a good way to go.
When he finished, I just couldn't hold it anymore. I just went into tears.
A lot of people underestimated what the government would do to oppress a real, true poor people's movement.
And what did he do? He formed coalitions. That's what he did.
I am personally grieved over the death of Fred Hampton because he was a personal friend of mine. So it is that those who are symbolic of challenging America's injustice tend to have to die unless we make a real radical and revolutionary change in this society.
They sprayed this wall with 30 caliber machine gun fire. They shot people who were on the bed asleep.
The physical appearance of this apartment does not reveal any shooting out or reveal shooting in.
All indications to me, personally, that this was obviously a political assassination. Who was there? I have no idea. Who does the state's attorney get their orders from?
These bumbling police officers that carried that out, I don't even think they thought they were committing a crime. I think they thought they could get away with murdering people.
Witnesses who have seen the apartment say there is no evidence of bullets from the direction where the Panthers supposedly were to be.
I said that after our officers announced their purpose and their station several times, they were fired upon from within the room.
Hanrahan, a good Irishman like that, I'm on his side, regardless. My kind of guy, that was the thought. These are bad guys. They're after us, they're hoodlums, and they're fair game.
They knew exactly what they were doing. You know, they weren't killing Fred Hampton. You know, they were killing the whole movement.
People were confused. There was chaos. People didn't know which way to go. People began to turn on each other. And it forced us as an organization to completely go underground.
They created the nexus.
If Cha-Cha was underground, Fred dead,
They created the nexus.
so it was a downtime, man. It was bad.
All of us had to go our separate ways. All of us had to go on our own separate ways. Got harassed there. They considered me to be a communist. I had gone back to my hometown and had gotten harassed there. They considered me to be a communist. It always followed us around everywhere we were.
Everybody was losing contact. Everybody was spreading all over the country. A lot of areas were displaced, gentrified. So people had to move. So we lost contact for many years. Bit by bit, we were regaining some of the contacts back.
He was telling me that he just doesn't feel very good. He called me. I talked to Bobby Lee. He was telling me that he just doesn't feel very good. He called me. And he was a couple of days and said he's not going to take cancer. And that he was he's not going to take any chemo. And that's fine. I knew I had to come, here.
How you doing, Panther? Hey, brother. Peace to you, man. Yeah, you too. Man, it's good to see you. Who would dream that you and I be together?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, and Cha-Cha coming behind.
Rainbow Coalition Part 2.
Mr. Robert E. Lee, sir.
Our favorite said you can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill
All power to the people, man. Oh, This is it. Our favorite said you can kill a
revolutionary, but you can't kill revolution. And we're an example of that.
All power to the people.
Vice versa. These are the warriors. You know, they in the room. You know, you have white Panthers and you have black Panthers.
You got Puerto Rican Panthers too. They're just called Young Lords. They're just a subsidiary.
We didn't know that we were going to be lifelong friends, but we've ended up being lifelong friends.
We're leaving pretty soon. I just want to know what do you want me and other people to remember?
Keep serving the people. You know, if it's just 3 or 4 hours a day, you do something. You know, like my mom would say, save your own soul. Do something for life.
He didn't really see.
And that's very well how simple it is.
People inside, the power that people could have to unite. He didn't really see skin color. He saw more of the people inside, the power that people could have to unite and to love each other. And that's what he wanted.
It was a display of violence that caused a state of emergency to be issued in Virginia.
Now the same white nationalist group plans to hold 2 rallies right here in Middle Tennessee.
Must be the area that they're coming from over here. I think that's the checkpoint of the Nazis and the white supremacists up there.
We start the deportation! What democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Tell me what diversity looks like! This is what...
Young patriots in Chicago discontinued the use of the Confederate flag. We got into the Rainbow Coalition. We had to take a completely different look at the meaning of that flag. After a point, we thought there's no use for that flag here anymore. And what that flag really stands for is hate.
On December 4th, 1972, on December 4th, 1972, I ended up turning myself in, which was the day Fred Hampton was killed. Intentionally, turn myself in to let people know that the reason I was coming back was to continue our movement, the Rainbow Coalition. We didn't think that elections were going to give us revolution, but we saw it as a tool to continue the struggle. My campaign for alderman was used as an organizing vehicle for change.
We did voter registration drives. That was the first time that many Latinos were voting.
Hanrahan, he was on the ballot to run for re-election. Members of the Rainbow Coalition circulated petitions asking for people to make a commitment of conscience to remember that he had been behind the murder of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark.
The entire black community revolted and voted for a Republican state's attorney.
There's nothing I hate worse than defeat, Bob, but you can't roll over and cry.
That began a fracturing of the grip that the machine held on the community. It was the last of the big city machines to be cracked in any way.
When the curtain comes down, and it's bound to someday, I'll just say I did the best I could.
That concept of the Rainbow Coalition, it brought a lot of people together. The concept helped elect Harold Washington, mayor of Chicago.
Whites, Hispanics have joined hands to form a new democratic coalition.
The Rainbow Coalition, it presented a possibility. You know, it gave us a vision for what could be in terms of interracial politics.
Our flag is red, white, and blue, but our nation is rainbow. Red, yellow, brown, black, and white.
They are the members of what Jesse Jackson calls his Rainbow Coalition.
the idea of the rainbow. I think that was a beautiful, beautiful notion of repudiating racism, that groups could acknowledge their common problems despite the huge legacy of racial antagonism and racial hostility that existed in a place like Chicago. It's phenomenal.
I think that the time will come when the people themselves will take the power that belongs to them to their hands and move.
Racial profiling has to stop, Mr. Speaker. Just because someone wears a hoodie does not make them a hoodlum.
Barack Obama came to Chicago because he heard about the rainbow politics in Harold Washington.
I think at the time we had some romantic notion of what the revolution would be. Clearly that didn't happen, but that doesn't mean that we didn't revolutionize society. It's still in the psychic memory of people in Chicago. We still have the hope that we can come back together and fight to change things.
They didn't beat us. I don't want nobody to think that. They didn't beat us. We did what we set out to do. We made a better community.
The Rainbow Coalition gave voice to the voiceless, and their activism demonstrated that ordinary people can change society through collective action.
Today, many of the cities are facing the same issues of housing, of police brutality, of poor health care. The Rainbow Coalition is symbolic because we prove that it can work. Multi-ethnic people together fighting for a common cause.
You are listening to WLPN LP Chicago, 105.5 FM.
You know, the whole concept of coalition politics is what propelled us to another level of consciousness.
Fred was saying, we didn't start the movement, we're not going to finish it. We're part of a protracted struggle that's going to continue
That's still going on.
And so we need to re-energize ourselves and continue to struggle and go forward.
Right on.
Bobby Lee, before he passed away, he told me, if you don't know where to start organizing, you walk to your front door and you look in front of you, you look behind you, you look to the left, you look to the right, and then you pick a direction.
Thank you very much. Yeah. First one. This one's on. This one. Okay. Thank you very much for watching that. And Hai is over there and about ready to speak for us. Oh, he's over there. I just wanted to make a couple of quick announcements before we go on. One is that on Wednesday, May 15th at 12:30, the Green Rainbow Party has co-sponsored the Raise Our Wage, Cap Our Rent rally on Boston Common. It starts at the Embrace statue at 12:30 on Wednesday the 15th with various other unions and various other activists. Also, this is the last call for ballots. If you have voted and don't yet have your ballot, please get it to me. And last call also, please check the petitions over here on the stage and grab any towns that are somewhere near you so you can get them to your town clerks and get them back to get them back to the campaign so that we can get them back to the Secretary of State's office. And I guess at this point it is Hai's chance. So I think you have the floor there, Mr. Thurman.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, no kidding. This is well, now you know where the rainbow name came from. It wasn't even hardly a name other than what was biblical, but now it's in the Webster Dictionary. You know, we put it in there. A lot has happened. Most of our people are gone. Several of our people that you saw in there, the young patriots were murdered. and some of them, most of them were murdered in the South when they went back home. So that shows the extent of racism, of white supremacy, and how that arm really reaches out there. So I know I wanted to get into a lot more of, white supremacy, but I think, the movie pretty well says it all. But we got to come together, And if we want people to vote, we got to go where they are. I see a couple of young people here. We should have full of young people here. So we need to get out there and talk to them. And one of the things that we do for survival programs, we call it, like we did with the clinic, with the breakfast program and everything else, we are still doing now. In Alabama, the North Alabama School for Organizers is what I'm in charge of, but we still carry on the legacy of the Rainbow Coalition. And we have survival programs, and they're very easy to start. We have a free automotive clinic. Mechanics that might want to come out and fix some people's cars. Go out to the low-income area. People need to get to work. They got to have cars. Fix it, And then you tell them what you're doing. You find out what they need. You give them services. And they'll be a member. We do the same thing with the people that are forgotten, the people that are living out here in tents. Forgotten people. We have what's called the Homeless Construction Program. We go out and we get these pallets that merchandise is shipped on. We buy plywood, put it over it. We bind them together and we put their tents on top of it. Very, very simple. We do that for their animals too. And we do wheelchair ramps. Then we can find out what they need. We take care of their need. And then we tell them who we are. So we're starting a new program, which is something that can very easily be started right here in this church. It's called Bread and Soup. You cook bread, bake bread, cook soup once, twice a month, invite the public in, and you find out what's going on in the community. It's very, very simple. Survival programs don't have to be something where you're a rocket scientist, But if we're going to get people involved, we have to go where the people are. And we're going to have to step out of that comfort zone sometime. And that's exactly what we do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my great brother here, Daniel Strongwalker. And he's going to tell us about the second Rainbow Coalition. Hey, bro.
Wanishi High, thank you. It's such an honor to stand here, and I know you've been here for a while, so I appreciate your patience, I appreciate your attention, and I appreciate your commitment to fighting to make your communities, cities, towns, states better. This is our country, it's time to take it back. Before I get into the Rainbow Coalition here, I'd like to sort of share a bit how we all intersect. Well, researching the Green Party, I wanted to understand you more because I have heard, but I haven't specifically looked into your politics or what you stand for. And something that stood out to me immediately was electing peace and justice for all, escaping the two-party trap of war in Wall Street. What a powerful statement. And as a Lenape man, I'd like to share something with you. Wall Street was always meant to divide. From the very inception of the name Wall Street, it was actually built by the Dutch. It was literally a wall. And that wall was meant to keep my Lenape people out because they said we sold them Manhattan or Manhattan, which we had not. We don't own land. We are stewards of the land. The land owns us. I'd also like to point out that during 1996 and 2000, your presidential nomination of Ralph Nader had a vice president named Winona LaDuke. Winona LaDuke, may her spirit rest and may her people still be proud and say her name, has passed on, but she was an Ojibwe member and she was a vice president running mate. So our communities have been intertwined for a very long time. And it's taken this long for us to see eye to eye. For the Rainbow Coalition that and our elders have started, it's taken this long for us all to have an appreciation of the land. And let's wake up the others who don't, right? Some of our ancestors, white settler colonizers, came here and only saw resources, things to exploit, people to exploit, things to make money. They saw freedom from the chains of their old country and brought those chains here. And now many of you are their descendants. And it's taken this long for you not to see resources, for you not to see capitalism and economy and everything that grows, walks, talks, slithers, swims, or flies. So thank you. As my comrade and elder High pointed out, I'd like to talk about the new Rainbow Coalition. And as I look at your flag and I see the greenrainbow.org, I'm really blown over and really appreciative. I am only one representative. Truly, I am no one. The people I stand for and speak for mean so much more to me than my own well-being and my own personal income or wealth or any of that. As natives, we build in circles, not pyramids. And in a circle, everybody stands around, looks at each other, and is equal. I am the hereditary chief of the Delaware Nation, but what that means is I'm the first servant. I'm the first one in line to say, I'll dig that hole if it needs to be dug. Let me share with you what the Rainbow Coalition, the new Rainbow Coalition, the second Rainbow Coalition stands for, if I may. The U.S. was founded as a colonizer-settler state based upon white supremacy and slavery, stealing the lands of the indigenous nations, breaking every treaty they made with us, and confirming and then confining us to reservations, which are concentration camps. Many people don't know, but Hitler learned how to take care of his Jewish problem, which is disgustingly how he put it, in his own words, not mine. He took care of that problem by copying Roosevelt's way of dealing with the red people, where he forcefully sterilized American Indian women on reservations and would not let us leave. In fact, we were not considered citizens of the United States of America until 1924. And it wasn't until the 1970s that I could continue to practice my traditional rights and religions as an American Indian. So coming back into the Second Rainbow Coalition's statement, as the country became more powerful, the eagle sunk its claws into other nations, making war on Mexico and grabbing its northern territory, invading Cuba, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, and the Philippines, and either annexing them outright or making them colonies or neo-colonies. And in the 20th century, it became the major imperialist power in the world, exploding both the people within its boundaries and those in every other country, bullying them with military interventions and robbing them of their right to self-determination. As Comrade Huey P. Newton stated, we have two enemies to fight, racism and capitalism. Between the two, capitalism is primary and racism is merely a byproduct of capitalism. The working people of the world, of every ethnicity, nationality, face a common enemy that is destroying our life here on earth. Our enemy is a small ruling class of people, owners, controlling most of the world's wealth and resources. We must have our basic needs met to live a good and meaningful life. And this includes food, shelter, health care, education, freedom from oppression by the state, and peace with other nations. To obtain these essential things for life, we must have the power to see to it that the abundance that is available is shared equitably. This is the statement of unity which all members of the Rainbow Coalition must agree to sign. We all got together to create this, and so it is a statement of organizations who have come together in the Second Rainbow Coalition with our Elder Hy Thurman overseeing and showing us how to organize ourselves and our communities. The legacy of the First Rainbow Coalition dates back to its founding on April 4th, 1969, by the original Black Panther Party, original Young Lords, and Young Patriots organizations. A number of their other organizations joined this coalition not too long afterwards, such as the American Indian Movement, the Brown Berets, Rising Up Angry, the Red Guards, and others. Since the founding of the United States, the masses have developed a number of popular movements that come together to fight back against this capitalistic, imperialist system in various ways around particular demands. Nevertheless, none have had established a movement quite like the First Rainbow Coalition. This historic movement was the first of its kind, and it established a model of class struggle like no other. Its charismatic leader, Chairman Fred Hampton, of the Illinois chapter of the original Black Panther Party, stated that at the end of the day, we weren't engaged in a race struggle. He said, "It's a class struggle, God damn it." By uniting with the various oppressed ethnicities and masses, they were able to bridge the gap between the various ethnic communities that white supremacy had long sought to divide. The class solidarity equipped them with the material basis and class consciousness to see their common class condition. Therefore, the necessity to form a united front against their common oppressor, the capitalistic, imperialist ruling class. The ruling class viewed this as the greatest threat to their class rule, and subsequently the entire representative forces of the state, which means the pigs, the courts, the jails, the prisons, and intelligence organizations, all came together to crush this emerging revolutionary socialist movement. We co-founded the Rainbow Coalition on May 14th, 2021, with the intent of upholding the legacy of the original Rainbow Coalition. And we believe that this historic example is the model for the united front that will best serve our class liberation. By upholding the 10-point program of the original Black Panther Party, which was subsequently adopted and later expanded by the original Young Lords, Young Patriots organization, and other original Rainbow Coalition members, we established our programmatic unity, unifying on programs to help our communities. The 6 disciplinary rules that we uphold ties all of our organization in our coalition to a common professional discipline. History has bestowed upon our generation a common class mission to fulfill. The representatives of the capitalistic imperialist ruling class, represented by the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, cannot liberate us. It is their class intention to uphold our common class oppression, and therefore, it is only we, the oppressed masses of all ethnicities and nationalities, who must hold and build the necessary class solidarity and class consciousness, organizational structures, and a united front that will ultimately liberate ourselves. This is what the Second Rainbow Coalition is committed to. This is the historic mission we intend to fulfill. Community, friends, comrades, and yes, some enemies, as I know every organization is infiltrated by some. I want you to see this unity. I want you to report back to the powers that be what you see here today. Colors of all of Creator's creation here in a united front. Dare to struggle. Dare to win. All power to the people and boots on the ground. Power to the people. Elder Hy Thurman, please.
He wrote it.
Oh, this is great. This has been, I don't know, people say, why do you do it? Well, this is why I do it. You know, I think it gets in our blood like it's in your blood. You got to do it. You know, let's make sure we do it right, huh? And, you know, the only thing that I can say is all power to the people and power to those who have gone before us, and power to those who's going to come after us. And we must grab the snake by the head. You know, we can't let this capitalist system guide us anymore or control us. We have it in our own selves to control. So let's go out there and get them, huh? And I have my book up there that I got to plug, because that's how we pay for some of our programs too. Won't you come by? There you go.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank you.
Well, the way you stay connected is stay connected. The only thing I can say is you got to have somebody to coordinate the whole thing and, you know, get the emails and all that and put out, which you probably already have. So, you know, I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm right down on the battleground. Any of you know about Alabama and its history? You know, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. But we have to step out of our comfort zones, and that's what I had to do. So, anyway.
Is there a place where we can buy or download, rent that video?
It's on YouTube now, right?
It will be.
It will be on YouTube.
Yeah.
So you can use it, yeah. I have gotten permission that we can stream it or whatever, you know. Yeah. So, yeah. There is another documentary that you saw referenced in this. It's called American Revolution 2. And you can get that now. I think it's online maybe, but research it. It is about how the Young Patriots and the Black Panthers came together. It also talks about the racial tensions within Chicago and in the country at that time. Has the Democratic National Convention where we had the police riots. But you got to understand, none of us really knew what we were doing. This wasn't a great plan. I mean, it wasn't. It just made sense because we got tired of getting the shit kicked out of us. You know? And we figured, you know, this guy over here in this neighborhood, he's getting beaten. I'm getting beaten. So what is the difference here, you know? And I want to make a reference, that I got to do this every time, the Confederate flag that we wore. Okay? We wore a racist symbol to reach racist people. That's the only way we could do it. The flag was everywhere. It was like invisible. It was just there. And so we put that on with a free Huey button or something like that, and we go into bars and go in, you know, just to try to recruit people. Okay, find out what it is that they need. For instance, I walked up to a guy who I knew was a very bad white supremacist KKK member, and we was in a bar, and we had the beret with the flag and the free Huey or something else, and got into a conversation with this guy, and he hated black people. I mean, he just, you know, you've met people like that before. He hated Mexicans. He hated Puerto Ricans. He hated everybody, except for white people. And so my conversation with him is, you know, after, you know, we got through of why he hated people so much, I said, let me ask you a question. If you had a child, and you do have children, I said, what if that child needed some type of an organ transplant? The only one that was available was a person of color. Would you accept that? And he right away said, well, of course, to save my kid. And I said, well, what are you looking at, skin color? Don't you know that organ's the same thing in everybody? You know, it's the same thing. We're all the same. It's all how we look at it. And we've been taught. So that's part of what we would do. We would challenge people, but of course, after a while, we didn't use the flag. It was it's just a flag of slaveocracy, you know, so we discontinued that flag, but it did serve its purpose. But that usually comes up at every meeting I go into, you know, why did you have that flag, you know? Well, that's why, and it worked for a while. Might work again, I don't know. But anyway. Any other? No. They went to two civil courts. The Chicago Police Department, FBI, were found guilty of conspiring to murder Fred Hampton. Nobody went to jail. Nobody was fined. But the judge in the case had all the records, everything that they had on, you know, the Young Lords and the Black Panthers and, you know, and the Young Patriots and others, was sealed, sent over to the Chicago Historical Society for like 30, 40 years. And nobody could get to it. I tried. I couldn't get to them. But it is out now. You can get some of it. And the memos, for instance, from J. Edgar Hoover directly to the Chicago field office states that the Black Panthers was a threat to national security, along with the Young Patriots and the Young Lords. So, you know, they were out to get us. But no one never went to jail, never fined, you know. So that's just justice for you in Chicago. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I just as an aside, I was organizing in the anti-war movement in the 60s in Boston, and then moved to Chicago in 1970 after the killing. But when my husband and I arrived there with our young son, we were greeted by the Red Squad. And the cops came up. When we were unloading our truck, the cops came to visit us. So you know, and everybody in the Green Party knows what it's like to be beat up by every force against us. But my question is, I wonder what your attitude is towards the electoral process, because 66% of Americans say they want a third party. But we're facing such barriers. You know, there's a reason the Green Party isn't a mass party. And I know that I was out in Oakland when Bobby Seale ran, and I know you did turn to electoral politics towards the end. There were a number of election campaigns. So what role do you see that playing in what you're trying to accomplish? Because we're trying to take on all the barriers to forming a mass third party.
Well, I think the country's been duped in terms of thinking that Barack Obama was the answer. You know, and thinking that, you know, Barack Obama was going to be changing the world and Bernie was going to change the world, and that ain't going to happen. The Republican and the Democratic Party is what I call the Republicrats. They're all the same. It's like my brother was saying, they're just different wings of a bird. And people have been taught that this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to vote for, you know, these candidates. But the thing is, the thing is they get all the publicity. They get all the attention. Look what's happening with Biden and Trump and, you know, those people. And people are still going to vote for them. They know they're criminals. They know they're murderers, but they still vote for them. So I got my own household. I got, you know, a split house. I got a brother that was very active. He was in the film, who's a Trump supporter now because he somehow has been listening to all the Fox News or all those other news agencies and everything, and he just changed his mind. It's like he said to me, "I'm not going to vote for a socialist because you're taking my money." You know, I said, "You don't have any money." You know, how are they going to take it? You know, so that's what he thinks. Yeah. You know, that's anyway. I don't believe in electoral politics at all, but I do believe in what's happening here. Yes.
Yeah, you talked about the Confederate flag and how you use that in your organizing efforts. And back in the 60s and the 70s, there was all kinds of creative, the civil rights movement and kids down in Birmingham and bringing out fire hoses and the dogs. It was all strategy. The progressive movement today, from my position, seems frozen in strategy. We don't seem to have any new, fresh strategies. We send letters off to our Congress people, which is a waste of time, but I guess has to be done. But there's nothing new happening, and we need new strategies and new thinking, and we need to, in a coalition effort, come up with those strategies.
You're right. I think we can get some of those strategies with what's happening right now with Gaza and Ukraine, because, you know, back in the day we had the Vietnam War, but, you know, everything was going on. It's almost like deja vu, history repeating itself. Yeah. That's where we need to be talking to them. That's exactly where we need to be. You know, so, did you have all right. I don't know it.
Yeah. We saw the breakfast program created by the Black Panthers, which single-handedly made them, or we're told single-handedly made them, a threat to national security. Young Lords and others had also created things such as daycares and such as, which later on became part of the system, then began to want to be viewed as fulfilling those needs. But can we talk, or can you please touch on the history of how the Puerto Rican community, through the Young Lords, were able to care for themselves?
Oh, sure. Puerto Rican community had been moved around Chicago because of urban renewal. You know, it's like uptown where we were moved around. You know, they'd come in and just wipe out buildings and move people around. And that's part of the history there of what created the Young Lords to change. Mayor Daley has been responsible for more gang creations, you know, than anybody else because of his repression. But, you know, the Puerto Rican community was so isolated. You know, the black community was isolated, the white community was isolated until this happened. And then we began to talk to each other and strategize. And the interesting thing about it was we had to face our own racism. You know, it's like Bobby Lee said, you know, look at that flag, you know, some blacks couldn't handle it. Well, there's some whites that couldn't handle us working with blacks. And some Puerto Ricans couldn't handle it. You know, so it was all over the place. But we had to reestablish ourselves. And the philosophy was, and this is how we started getting together with programs. We started having to look at racism as being a demon. You know, being a demon that had to be cast out and slain. You know, and especially with the white people who, you know, this country controls everything, And I just look at white people that's controlling everything as being white supremacists. You know, everything we do, we're touched by these white supremacists and all over the place. But we were able to figure out a way to get around that. Through that program, the 10-point program of the Black Panthers, we were able to establish our own point program. Therefore, it was related to that. We all pulled together, you see, and we all helped each other out. And what happened was the Rainbow Coalition wasn't meant to be an organization. You know, Fred Hampton wasn't meant to be a leader. He never really wanted to be a leader, but that's who he was chosen to be. If I went to, with the Young Patriots, went to the Black Panthers or the Young Lords, and they needed something, we pretty much became one of them. You know, we were really no longer the Young Patriots, but what do you want us to do? What are you going to do? Okay, we ain't questioning it, we're just going to do it. So that's how it all worked out. But is that answer it a long way? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
You achieved something amazing back in the 60s, bringing together people who weren't supposed to be coming together. And I just realized after Jamie spoke that on the campuses, maybe they're doing you one better. Because if there's anybody who's not supposed to get along, right, according to the story, it's Jews and Palestinians. Right. And on the campuses, they're working together tightly. And I hope we can talk about how we can be part of that and join with that. We have a StateCom meeting coming up the 19th.
Well, what would be really nice is you to invite a Jewish person and a Palestinian person to come in and talk. You know, you would not only be learning a whole lot from them, we would be, we'll be able to get them together, you see. I'm not saying get one that's total enemies to each other and wants to kill each other, but we need to understand a little bit more about their culture and why this is going on. We know why it's going on. You know, you got an idiot, you know, who, you know, is a total racist and, you know, white supremacist is what's going on. And it's all, I don't know how you feel about Zionists, but that's what they do. You know, they want to take over the land. They think it's belong to them. And so, you know, that's a big problem. It's a genocide. And it's, you know, it's exactly what was happening to the Native Americans. You know, look what happened. The genocide. Deja vu all over again. And we need to realize that, but us as white people, we got to get a little bit uncomfortable with ourselves. We're going to have to understand that we're a part of that system. And we always will be a part of that system unless we educate and change people. You know, I was raised in Tennessee in the mountains, you know, and you know, I'd hear that N word all the time, and you know, everything else all the time. You know, and I was raised in that. I was given that steady diet of that racism. But at some point in our life, we're going to have to make decisions about where we're going to go. You know, I mean, I've even had friends and relatives and, you know, everybody that I've had to turn my back on because of my belief. All right? But we got to make that decision. We can't do it just because we belong to a group. You know, but I'd say that the best way to do it, what I would do is I'd bring them in and let's talk to them. Let's let them have a debate. Let's talk and just step out of that comfort zone. I don't think it's going to change any other way. You know, we can sit around and look at it and study it all we want, but, you know, it's just not going to happen unless we get out there and boots on the ground you know. That's it. But, you know, some of us have to take a stand, and we might not, you know, some of us didn't live through it, okay? Some of us didn't live through what happened back in the 60s and stuff, but we had to do it. We had to do it. I don't think it's going to be that bad now, although if Trump gets in, it's definitely going to be that bad. Yeah.
It's that bad.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Both of them.
We never had a world war.
Oh, yeah.
I totally respect you're not believing in the political process. It's frustrating. It's slow moving. But my personal hope, and one of the reasons why I joined the Green Rainbow Party and the Green Party National, was that we would pull and draw from the coalitions that we form. How can I put this in words? Excuse me, I have a little bit of brain fog. Similar to like how Venezuela, their politicians, their councils, are pulled from the indigenous communities, are pulled from the activist groups and the social justice groups, but they're acting through a political party, and that was my hopes, to like put more of that into the Green Party, because we're the single only party that actually is structured that can actually take that on. So I do respect that you have no regard for the political process. I can't stand it either. But my hopes is that we can draw from all of our coalition work to put people in the offices and have people on the streets and doing the community programs and working together to change it from not just the bottom up, but the side in. Anyhow, thank you very much. You and what you've done is so inspiring. And thank you for coming here today.
No, thank you all. You know, most people, a lot of people want a utopia. It ain't gonna happen. Never will happen. Yeah. But that's what they want, and it just ain't gonna happen. But you gotta, if you don't like that system, I mean, we've tried to change the system of the capitalist system, but they keep fighting back and back and back, and we can change some of it. But if you can change, you know, your political system here for the better, keep changing, because I think it's for the people.
I don't have a question. I just would like you to announce your announcement for Monday in Holyoke, please, because I love Holyoke.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be over there Monday. What time? 4:30. Yeah, we'll be there. Yeah, but please, you know, support. Man, just support each other and talk to each other and serve each other, and I think that word service means so much. You know, much more than help.
Do we think we have any more questions? One more?
Question. So there's this second Rainbow Coalition?
Yes.
How do we get in on that?
Well, I can give you the information. You can contact me if you want. Or
I think you're my friend on Facebook, so.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
I'll send you a message.
One of my Facebook accounts just completely poofed, disappeared, and that was the one that was so political. You know, they've taken it out. But yeah, if we're on Facebook together, definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
One more, and one more last question from anyone? Anyone?
Okay, and I got my.
Thank you very much.
I have my book for sale. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. We need you. We need you.
See you tomorrow, right? On Monday. So, guys, are we announcing the results of the elections now?
It wasn't much of a contest. Gloria was elected female co-chair, but with 25 votes. I was elected male co-chair with 24 votes. Brian with treasurer for 25. Kate with secretary with 23 votes. Eileen as communications director with 24 votes. Penelope for membership director with 25 votes. Lois as GPUS rep with 23 votes. Maureen as GPUS alternate with 25 votes. And Henry and Mike both as GPUS rep and alternate with 19 votes. So congratulations.
So needless to say, you guys won with a mandate.
Okay, so we can take a 10-minute break. Oh, we have another announcement.
One second.
There are a couple things. I have to leave, so I have two things I want to talk to you about. One is I want to make sure that everybody who would take a sheet has a sheet. So I'm going to ask if anybody's near Acton or Ashland or Beverly or Billerica or Concord, Dartmouth, Burlington, Chester. Somebody said Dartmouth? Dartmouth. You got it. You'll get it out. There it is. Okay. Dartmouth. Okay. Dracut, Gill, Newton, Norfolk, Hatfield, Haydenville, never heard of it, Holliston, Leverett, what? That says Leiden, Lowell, Hopkinton, Huntington, another Lowell. Okay. Leverett and Leiden, I'm loving it. How about North Andover or North Attleboro? Or Otis? Otis is me. Okay. Plymouth? Anybody from Plymouth? No. Okay. Huntington, Linfield, Marblehead, Maynard. Maynard, guys, that's not that far from here. Revere, Russell, Melrose, Milford, Methuen, Shelburne Falls, that's closer to me, Stoneham, Warren, Upton, Westfield, Winchester. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, this was productive, right? Thank you. Okay, these guys are taking some more over there. Okay, now I have something important that I'm going to need you to vote on. I think this requires a vote, but I'm not sure. I think this requires some kind of support. Okay. A consensus. I need a consensus on something. Can I have everybody's attention?
Could we
God.
pay attention just for 1 minute?
Oh, you're going to make Kate anxious. That's not nice. Too much yelling.
Okay, we have another announcement for vote.
So here's the story. I'm fairly new to the Green Rainbow Party, but I heard so many times with registering voters, et cetera, that having 3 different things listed with the Secretary of State, as in Green Party USA, Green Rainbow Party, and the Rainbow Coalition, that this causes a certain amount of confusion, and it's not good. Like, we would like to clean this up. That's what I heard from people. So I called the Secretary of State's office. I want to tell you that according to the Secretary of State's office, there are 694 people registered Green Party USA. There are 88 people registered Rainbow Coalition. And there are 2,905 people registered Green Rainbow Party. And I asked, can we just put them all together? And they said, no, because you cannot, or they cannot just change somebody's registration to some other party. What they can do, though, is they can dissolve the Green Party USA and the Rainbow Coalition, leaving only the Green Rainbow Party as the one choice that makes sense. So when people look there, what? we would have to ask them. They will become unenrolled if those parties dissolve. I said, how does one do such a thing? I was told by the Secretary of State's legal person, lawyer there, that they actually wanted to do this and came up against some issues. So they just stopped because it wasn't worth their trouble. But they would like to see it cleaned up. And what she told me was you can do this through the legislature, or you can bring a court order. Basically, you can sue us. Have a judge write a court order that we're going to get rid of those other two parties. So I said, okay, that actually, as opposed to trying to do anything through the Mass Legislature, if you've tried to do anything, we're not going to do that. So I think, although it's something we could try, because anybody can actually ask their representative to write a piece of legislation, and maybe they just don't care about it, and they would just vote it through. So it is something we could try. I'll just put that out there. Anybody can ask their state rep to write a piece of legislation, and if that's what's required, we could try that. But first, so I said, do I need an attorney to do this, or could I do this myself? And the response was, you could do it yourself, but don't you have anybody in your whole party that's a lawyer that could help? So the thing that came to my mind was somebody who's a signature collector, who I just met recently, who's also assistant district attorney, very sort of energetic, seemed like somebody who had their act together. So I called that person up, and I said, Aubrey, this is the story. Would you be willing to do this? They work in the courts. And so they said, yeah, I'll look into it. Let me look into it. So that's where we left it this past week. I mean, this has all happened, So then it occurred to me, I can't really be making this decision. What the heck am I doing, right? But hey, there's a convention happening, and there should be some kind of consensus, we want to do this. And then I would say to Aubrey, okay, yes, go ahead, look into it. If you can get it done, go for it. And if they can't get it done, then we'll try another way. But, heck, if they're willing to do it, let's give them the freedom to go forth, if we want to do it. So I think what I'm seeking from everybody here is, if this is the right place to make a decision, my understanding is this is the highest decision-making thing in the whole whatever, the convention, so we should be able to decide that we want to do it. Is that right? You'd have to tell me. Yeah, so now you can take over. You understand what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yes. And so the tradition is, as a consensus-based decision-making process, to ask for concerns. Are there concerns with Cheryl's motion? Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
So it would dissolve the other two designations, but what happens to the people that are registered? What would happen to those people that are registered there? Could we have their contact information from the voter rolls, and or would they just be unenrolled?
So actually, I also learned, I forgot to tell you this, and I already spoke to the Jill Stein campaign about this. I mean, Brian says we have them, but I don't know. So I found out that any presidential candidate can request the voter rolls. So I spoke to Rick Lass, who's our ballot access guy, and I said, can you help us with this? And he said, yes, they could help us to get the voter rolls so that we could find out who those other people are and hopefully get in touch with them. A lot of times with registration, there's not an email address. So you're talking about land, hard, where they live. So we could work at it. As we are around the state, we could say, hey, you live in that town, could you get in touch with those people, that sort of thing. So.
As a political party, we also have access to the voter rolls, and I have I take out the records of the Rainbow Coalition members and the Green Party members. There was a questioner back on the back bench there after Violet, I guess.
A question and a comment. I've been dealing with this for 30 years, since back in the 90s, so this is not new. I'm certainly willing to help, as I was doing that before, go through either strategy, either the legal strategy or through the State House. But I wanted to make a point that if we get to choose to bring everything to one, that one be the G designation to minimize that complications. Because so many people don't understand why we're J, that we should decide to be G when we can put it all together.
Yeah, okay, so we did talk about this, and obviously that is what makes the most sense. And I would just say, I think we can include that maybe as a request, but I really don't, it's probably going to be up to the Secretary of State's office, and if they say, you've been a J, and if we change you to G, you're like, I really don't know. It makes a lot of sense, Violet, I totally agree, and I think it's like a administrative issue, and hopefully they would just accommodate us, and we can make that request, certainly, of course. The person, you had some, Adam, no,
Here,
Alan.
Al. Here, get a mic.
Testing. Yeah, I oppose having this body vote on that in the interest of promoting democracy, which the Green Party says that they fully endorse, as opposed to a certain party we know that says they're democratic but aren't.
Sure.
I say we send it to a vote to all the registered voters and give them a choice, do a ranked choice issue, because we're all big on ranked choice, aren't we? Let's not make it an either or, and choose what the registered voters would like. I agree with you. We should have a single party. The fact that we have a splintered registration like this, I don't know how you let this happen. The other thing is, I would recommend that you take a look at what the other Green parties are called across the country and see what they've gone with, because we want state unity, but we probably want national unity too, since we tend to run presidential candidates all the time, so that might be important. So I would oppose having this body vote and making that decision.
Thank you. I just want to respond to, Rick's going to ask a question. Are you going to respond to Alan
I keep
first?
giving everybody the mic, and I'm not able to ask my question.
Yeah, are you going to respond to what he said, though? Or
No,
then can I respond to him first, or?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess we'll take up the idea of, do we have a way to just email everybody? Do we have a way to email everybody and put a question out?
We can email some people email addresses we have, but we don't have everyone's. I'm not sure we have yours, sir. Yes, you can sign up online to get more contact.
So we can attempt to do that. What was the other thing you said? Oh, first of all, you said we should have a ranked choice, but not either or. So what were the choices you're proposing? If there's going to be like three options.
You mentioned that we have 3 different Green parties in the state.
We have Green Party USA, we have Green Rainbow Party, and then there's the Rainbow Coalition.
Right, so that's 3, right? 1,
Yes.
2, 3. So instead of an either or, people should be offered those 3 choices.
Well, okay.
And it
There
could be, and we could use ranked choice too, because we're all about ranked choice. I think we're in agreement. So use that to determine which party name we should adopt, which moniker we should adopt. And also, people should allow discussion. There should be argument on the pros and cons of the choice. And like I said, remember, we want some national unity too. What are the other Green parties called across the country?
Okay, so now I do want to respond to that. I would just say from a practical standpoint, we cannot change the name. All you can do, say everybody Green Rainbow said, it makes a lot more sense for us to just go with green at this point, okay? I mean, I think I'm getting the vibe, okay. Basically, everybody, if they got rid of the Green Rainbow name, everybody who's registered Green Rainbow is now unenrolled, and you'd have to get them to all enroll. So from a practical standpoint, that's a lot. No, it's just the party. They're still registered. They just would be unenrolled. Become unenrolled.
Towards that point, microphones are nice. Towards that point, registering for party affiliation is done online, and you can do it in like 30 seconds. That's how I did it. So I don't see that as being much of a problem.
Okay.
And also, in
think
addition,
it's-
here's the biggest fear I think maybe some people have, that if you actually got everyone in the state to re-register and they didn't, then we'd actually get a better idea who actually is a Green.
I don't know. Okay, wait a second. Let's like take turns. Elizabeth, Rick has the mic.
My microphone it's on a very, I'll give it to the next person, I'll even pass the mic, but I just have one concern. And that is that when you use the word dissolve, and you're saying you're going to dissolve the Rainbow Coalition so that they can become unenrolled, do you think the Rainbow Coalition is concerned that's not here right now?
Are they meeting? Are they a thing?
They are, obviously, you're talking about it.
No, but, okay. Somebody who was here when all that happened, maybe Violet could speak to it, because my understanding, the stories I was told is that everybody
Excuse
decided
me.
to coalesce. Hold on one second. The
I'm
story,
actually the person who came from the Rainbow and
great.
helped join the two parties, so I'd actually like a chance to answer that.
why don't you come up here?
Thanks, Rick. So, this has been attempted before. And I don't think there's any question that it makes sense. The Rainbow Coalition, as we know it, which was the second, so I'm going to have a chat with them, but we'll figure that out, decided to join the Green Party. We went through a very complicated 2-year process of doing it. And when it was completed, part of the whole argument was it going to be Rainbow Green, Green Rainbow? A number of you are wearing the t-shirts that we created. Maureen. And the reason this has always gotten stuck is because those of us who believed in the rainbow, still believe in the rainbow, have ended up pitted against folks who wanted to get rid of rainbow from the name of Green Rainbow. And so instead of getting rid of the two designations that it makes sense, I agree with you, to get rid of, it's always ground to a halt on whether the party that remains the Green Rainbow Party or not. So that's where it's gotten stuck. I don't think it's about the logistics. I disagree with people who assume that folks are going to know who are in the Rainbow or in Green Party USA that their designation is gone because there's an attempt to merge. So I would recommend, and I'm not a voting member of this party, that the outreach happen first. Reach the folks who are designated in those two designations first. And I think that it's such a major decision that it wouldn't make sense to have it come up from the floor in this convention. I think it makes sense to more broadly advertise it before any decision gets made, because there are lots of people, you know, the folks who are still designated Rainbow have clearly chosen to stay designated Rainbow because they would have been Rainbow members before the parties joined. So they've got to have some emotional attachment to why they're doing that. But they may be hanging out there because they're afraid that at some point the Green Rainbow Party is going to dump Rainbow and they'd rather stay Rainbow than lose the designation completely, because it's an attempt to wipe out the history for those of us who come from a rainbow politics and believe, for instance, in the leadership of black people, et cetera. So I don't vote, but I strongly encourage this to happen, but I think it needs to happen with the recognition of the, God only knows how many hundreds of thousands of hours were put into joining our parties.
Thank you, thank you. Grace, would you be willing to help to disseminate this question to the Rainbow Coalition folks? There are just 88 of them. Okay, somebody, like Maureen, somebody has your contact, like we need to be able to get in touch with you. I think that sounds wonderful, and I'm fine to keep the rainbow, and it's just a Massachusetts thing, and we can live with it, so. But it was never passed? Oh. How does one do that? Who knows?
I don't have a huge opinion either way on the topic because I don't really know much about it. What I will say is that I would like in the future, when floor proposals are made, that they be done in accordance with the processes outlined in GRP documentation, because the reason it's there is specifically for situations like this where people aren't educated on the topic, and there needs to be more discussion and more understanding on it rather than just bringing it up randomly.
Sounds good to me. I just, like I said, that's a good thought. I appreciate it. I just thought of this recently, tried to do something, read something about that this group can decide something if 2/3 or something. I don't know. You know the bylaws better than I do by far. Isn't there something about this body being able to make a decision? But the thing is, it's not on the agenda. So that's the issue. Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, I just have a technical detail. What we were talking about before, the name and the designation are two separate things. So the name we can choose, we can have Green Rainbow be G. The single letter designation is what is, it's important that it be G to avoid the confusion, but that doesn't mean we can change the name to whatever we want it to be. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands those two things are separate.
Right. I think that actually is the least important thing, what the letter is. If it's just one letter, whatever it is, G seems like the one that fits the best, but, you know, if we were something else, so be it. But I think the issue is much more keeping Rainbow, which I'm totally in favor of keeping the Rainbow and keeping the Rainbow people in. But, you know, I get it that it's not the same as Green Party US, but that's much less complicated to explain to people. So, I don't know. Right.
We all seem to have the same intention. It's just a cleanup issue, but it's a messy cleanup issue. So I wonder if we can table this to the state committee, which meets May 19th.
I appreciate everybody's input. Thank you, and I'm happy to close the topic. But I think we should get, I think we can continue to do the research, and at the same time, we should reach out to people who are registered Green Party US and reach out to people who are Rainbow Coalition in that time frame, so that maybe it all can just move forward. And if it's a matter of just getting the paperwork or the administrative aspect of it just done, we'll know when we get the votes back if we want to proceed, but we'll know what's possible. Thanks, people. Sorry about the out of order, Kate.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. I think we switched the order of presentations. You know, had we been in a committee meeting, then we would have been asking motion to change. You know, who's going to talk now, and then pass. Okay, yes, it's time now for Brian, Katie, to tell us a little bit about some announcements that he has.
So, I am here to speak about volunteering and serving as liaisons. So, volunteering is what the major amount of work in this party is done by us who are volunteering. If you're not, I encourage you to join. Most of us are. The Hope For throngs, which I wanted to invite here, I would have next invited to step forward and join us in serving and filling out our ranks. But if you're not, you can contact me, you can sign up on the website. About liaisons. Now, one of the decisions of the state committee a few years back was that each chapter would have a member serving on each working committee of the state committee. The working committees are little subcommittees of the state committee, like fundraising and finance, like candidate development and legal committee, like AdCom, and like the membership diversity and volunteer committee. So I want to invite and encourage members of local chapters to work together to link the chapters and the working committees through liaisons that can report back and forth. So the working committees understand what's going on in the chapters and what needs to get next done in their committee. And the chapters know what's being done by the working committees. That's about the wrap there. That's about it. I'll pass it back. Yeah.
Any questions about how to volunteer? I guess the young people left, but one of them was asking about how they can get involved. So I will get in touch with her. Okay, good. Thank you so much, Brian. Now we are going to talk about, let me see, Green Rainbow website. The person who is in charge of the website, Danica, oh, there she is. Lima Bible. Woohoo! Keeping us up to speed in the website, and thank you for all you do.
Hi, everybody. Do we have a computer that I can use that we had earlier? And then I can pull it up. If not, I have my laptop, but. Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay. Whatever we did earlier with the campaign finance. Sorry. I can show it on my laptop. I can just hold it here and it'll be very small. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, just because I have the connection.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let me just hook up to you want to just start talking?
All right, so I will, I'm going to stall while he sets that up. So the website, Brian helped me get a new theme for it. So it's called the Express theme, and it's through Nation Builder. So I think it is very clean compared to our old website. We're going to have everything in little blocks, and you're able to go to different places. So I've got about 3 or 4 pages done that I'm going to show you guys, and hopefully you like it. And if you don't, I'm going to blame Brian. No, I'm just kidding. So not everything is done yet. There's some placeholder text and some images that were already loaded in, but we'll show you guys shortly. It is Express theme. Oh, it's loading in there. Oh, thank you. What am I doing wrong? Thanks. Okay. All right. What? What do you have, by the way? Is this a Thunderbolt?
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, not micro. Okay. Which one do you need?
I've got HDMI.
Here, if it's HDMI, just go straight into it. Even better.
Thanks. Thank you. Actually, hold on. I'll do it after I pull it up because my desktop is very messy. You guys don't need to see my messy desktop. That's fine. Oh, I will. Yeah.
Okay, just to make sure to let you know that after Dina's presentation, we are going to have the results of the silent auction, see who bought what, okay? Okay.
Thanks. It is loading, we're almost there. The Wi-Fi is thinking. All right. Woo! Okay. Yeah, sorry, we're hiding the chaos. Chaos is getting hidden. All right, there we go. Okay, so this is the homepage of the new site. So we have this slider that we can update with different options of am I too close or not close enough, or okay, thanks. Sorry. Thanks. So we can have nope, you're good. We can have as many things as we want on this little slider, and we can also get rid of it if people decide that it is too busy. And we have the option to have different buttons on this side. So I have the newsletter because that is a communications committee thing, and obviously since I'm on the communications committee, I wanted to push that. But thanks, Eileen. But you can also do like a donate button, or if we have an action button at the time, we can do something like that. So then we scroll down a little bit and we can have like a topic that is forefront on our minds. So in this case, I threw in a video of Jill Stein with a little bit about the Green New Deal to show that off. Then we have our news section. So instead of having the blog posts just be very long and you're scrolling forever on the homepage, we have these 3 up front, and then you can move through them. And then there's also a button up top where you can go and see everything that we've got. We've got a section where you can volunteer or donate. And then we've got the calendar with upcoming events that you can RSVP to. So, for instance, this one is today. And then if you wanted to go to the calendar itself, we have, again, the RSVP, but we also have a built-in calendar that we can have our meetings loaded into. So I did not, unfortunately, have access to the Green Party calendar when I was creating this, so I made my own little calendar just to show off what it would look like. And we can color code it, like I said, so it's not the really boring generic G calendar or GCal. And we can solicit, we can solicit events that are in your neighborhoods if you want to have localized events for things that you guys are doing. Is it, keep it down? Really? It did fall down, but if you guys can hear me, it's okay. It's just, it's a little weird. It's okay, I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, I know, I'm just causing problems. Okay, I'll try not to spit on it. So basically, if you guys have any feedback, let me know, but otherwise, do we like it? Yes. Not yet, because I only made 3 pages, but the goal is, I think, Mike, we talked about, I think, end of the calendar year, rolling out the new website. So, we have the old one still, and we're going to slowly migrate everything over to the new one. So, yeah.
We're in the middle of getting signatures.
Yes.
It would be great if there was some part of it and you could mention each of the candidates, and so we have our official candidate, but can you do that before our deadline?
I mean, the new website's going to be going up after the election. So we can put that information on the old website, though. That would be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't planning on it. No. Sorry. I was just curious, how would it look on a mobile device? I know our current website doesn't necessarily come off the best on phones and stuff.
I have not actually checked it, but I can. It is mobile compatible. I do know that. So I just have not explored that yet, but I will make it compatible.
Awesome.
I will make it compatible. Yes. Yeah. Right? I know. Yeah.
You didn't ask your question, did you? I did. You did, okay.
Yes, that's why I get paid the big bucks. Yeah. So the one cool thing is there's this thing called action buttons, which are really neat. And so I have an example of one here. So you can check to see if you're registered to vote. And it's basically a way to interact with the website. So you can have like little quizzes, you can have a kind of like a sliding scale. So if you wanted to do something to engage the audience, say, do like, how many pounds of trash does the average Massachusetts household throw away in a week? And you have this little sliding scale where they can guess. And then they submit their answer, and if they're wrong, you could be like, sorry, you were off by 5 pounds, like, go learn about recycling, something like that. So just cool ways to get the public to interact with our site, which I don't feel like we have right now. So for instance, if I show you guys this is everyone getting to see my home address. So I do that, and then 10, 15. I am registered green, yeah. So I'm not going to sign up for emails because I already have it. But so it just tells you if you are registered or not. So, oh, I'm apparently not registered. That's a mistake. Sure. Yeah, right? So if you click register to vote, it brings you right to the Secretary of State's page, though, which is pretty cool. So you can do that. I could, yeah. I think it's my hyphen. I think that's probably it. Yeah. So I'll do, my mom better be registered. Hold on. That's fine. All right, everybody shield your eyes. All right. Something's off. Hold on. Yeah. But so it's super cool. So it'll be like, yes, you are registered to vote. And then it'll say, yeah, so it'll say, consider joining the Green Party, though, like something like that. So yeah, so I feel like it's definitely a work in progress. We're getting there. But do you guys like the layout? Do you feel like it's definitely more advanced than what we had before? Yes. Yes, that's a free giveaway with all websites. Yeah. If you can tell, I like them a lot. So, anything else? Awesome. Thank you guys. I hope you love it.
Thank you so much, Dina. Thanks.
You.
That looks so cool and so sophisticated, and now things are moving.
Yeah, I'm excited to keep going on it. And thank you for bearing with the technical difficulties. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Could we have what?
4 more clones of her?
Yeah. My boss says that too.
What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Eileen has a question.
I just have a question. This is a spectacular job. You can't appreciate it. But I would really appreciate, you're here for a reason. If you could let her know what you would most like to see in the new website, that would really help us. Thank you.
Yes.
Not you.
Yeah, I can take it. Yeah, you guys, thank you. You all saw my email up there. Hopefully you all remember it. No. If you need me, you can email me. If you all have access to Nation Builder, my email is in there. Otherwise, I can email everyone after this. And then you can just... Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I can. That would work. That's very smart. Perfect. Yeah, you guys can also send it to the Green Rainbow main email, and then that too, but I will write it up there in a second. Who wants this microphone? Anybody? You get 2. Thank you.
So I think now is the time to see the results of the silent auction.
Thank you, Gloria. Some items have been bid on, some items have no bids yet. If you want to rush up and put in a bid, I'm still going to honor it.
Remember, that is the unbreakable base. It is worth so much more than it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It's worth so much more than what it used to be.
Right. No bids on it yet, however. On the credit card holder, there's a bid of $5 from me. That's the only one, so I get it. On the painting, Japanese garden style painting, the winning bid is Penelope Herndon. Thank you, Penelope. On the beaded plant holder, winning bid. Can I read this? Jamie Guerin. Nope, she got the plant holder. Let's see. The set of 3 clay pieces of jewelry, E. Humphrey.
That's me.
There you go. Pay Brian. The Massachusetts Cutting Board and Sturbridge Herbal Poster, Rick Purcell. Congratulations.
I have to give cash?
Nope. You can give cash. We have a cash box. And the
Book. David's book.
David's book on DeWitt Clinton and Amos Eaton. Also, Richard Purcell.
Same guy.
Same guy.
Thank you, Jamie.
And I don't see any
Here's my
other.
money.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Now I gotta find your Oscar.
The bidder information, the address, and it's all on the form, just like last year.
So things that did not get a bid, those who donated them, please come and take them home. Thank you so much.
The unbreakable vase?
No bids.
So now we have our business meeting, and those of you who are interested in community organizing and so much more, may stay. Otherwise, we're going to be hearing from updates from Western Massachusetts, Central Mass, and Eastern Mass. Please, Representatives Rick Purcell. Rick? He's fisting 515 someone. Rick, you want to come over and give us some update as to what's going on? We are also going to be hearing from, local chapter reports. This is Rick.
I didn't buy that. I didn't buy that. That's part of this. Oh, good. Thank you. You want it? You want to write it? 279 Suffolk. Like Suffolk University, my first debate. Against a bunch of lawyers. SUFL. OLK. Suffolk Street. Holyoke. 01040. Lois, are you here? Can I have a report from the Green Rainbow, the Western Mass chapter of the Green Rainbow Party, please? We are WEMA, not WEPA.
Okay, well, we've been meeting monthly, mostly focusing on getting signatures for Jill. We did have a table at the Science for the People at UMass a couple weeks ago, and we met a lot of people, signed some people up. We collected a lot of signatures from students in their encampment. Basically, though, we're just trying to reach out to the local communities and make connections and get signatures. That's what we're doing right now.
Can I just have Jamie talk about our regional convention? Would you like to do that, Jamie? That was part of what we did.
We had the best regional convention in the entire state. We met in person in my apartment building. It's affordable housing, which was built like 5 years ago, and there's like all these structural issues, and it's falling apart, and it's just basically a money-making machine. But we met in the community room, which I, the president of the Tenants Association, can't even get a key to my own community room without chasing the landlords down. But anyway, so how was our convention? We started off with my other co-president of the Tenants Association talking about creating a tenants association and joining a larger tenants union in Western Mass, and eventually a national union of tenants. And then we had my comrade, Dr. Wala Kisai, Zoom in. She, along with her co-author, a book called What Only God Can See, spent 30 years talking to Muslim political prisoners in U.S. prisons in Egypt and Guantanamo Bay, and how their resilience, their faith, inside the prison, people outside the prison in solidarity, and it's just amazing. It was an amazing conversation. Her book can be bought on Pluto Press. And then we had my adopted sister come in, Shireen Khatoon, and she taught us traditional Palestinian and Lebanese dabka dancing, and a little bit of rag shari, which is belly dancing. And we ended it with a really fun dance session, and it was just really amazing. And we elected some great people to state committee, and it was really fun. Thank you.
No, thank you, Jamie. Worcester, Central Massachusetts chapter, please. David, Gus.
I'm a former co-chair for the Central Massachusetts chapter. Mark, you're a current co-chair.
What are we doing? Well, you know, we are meeting every month at various locations around Worcester County, and we are particularly interested in running candidates for office. I know last year, in 2023, we were very active in the campaign of a school committee candidate here in Worcester. She only lost by 76 votes, and she's not here today, but I certainly hope that we'll be seeing her again. And we got some new members at our regional convention back in March. And we're still rolling along, and we'd like to have new people come in, especially younger people. So that's what we've been up to.
Thank you, Mark. Mark just sparked another thing about the Pioneer, the Western Mass chapter, and since last convention, we also did get a person elected to school committee in the city of Holyoke, Massachusetts, Gloria Cavallaro Roca. Two months after getting elected, she got a very prestigious award too, and she's another one's coming her way pretty soon from the powers that be in the state. Boston, are you here? Southeast Mass, how about that? You can sit down. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, John.
John Blumensteel from Sharon, Massachusetts. And my echo made me sound like I was at our town meeting the other night. But anyways, we are still small in number, but we continue to meet regularly. We have met not in face-to-face because it's such a large geographic area, and trying to find a central place is a little difficult. So we meet virtually and discuss business. The main action we've been formulating and planning around is the signature gathering to get the Green Rainbow Party on the November ballot. That's our primary energy source. We also, because there was a big theme earlier today about local officers, Zach Contra, who could not be here today because he just got a new job and has orientation he's going through, he regrets. But having been active in our local chapter, he was also a candidate for select person in his town of Holbrook. This was his first active campaign out in the community, and he did not make the final cut, but he did come in with a respectable couple hundred, 250 votes or so out of maybe 600 or 700 people that voted in the town for select person, and he is up and eager to continue his electoral efforts within his local community. And he's active on the, I believe it's the Health Planning Board, as well as conservation, and he's working on diversity issues. So we have a very active member who's really pursuing the grassroots party building efforts, and we appreciate what he's done. So yeah, we are continuing to collect signatures. We will continue that effort up until July 30th, and we hopefully will fill the inbox of Henry and Cheryl with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of signatures. With good hope.
The speaker you brought that wonderful, wonderful speaker to the regional convention. Don't forget him.
Oh, okay. A regional convention, which is what I was supposed to be talking about. Sorry about that. We had a virtual regional convention with, I don't know, 4 or 5 of us participating, and we had a presenter from the Brockton community, which is an active community that we really need to, in our area, put a lot of attention on in terms of signature gathering. Last time around, we had a lot of success in Brockton getting signatures to sign on. I suspect we'll have even more this time around, considering the political position that our duopoly has got us in. But anyways, we had a wonderful speaker who had been a community organizer in Brockton through a group called the Brockton Interfaith Council. He has now joined the Brockton school system, is working in a middle school as a special education instructor, teacher. And he really went through the educational issues and the resource issues and the problems. He said it's unfortunate that Brockton at this point in time is getting a rather bad rep for their school committee wanting to bring in the National Guard into their high school. But he demonstrated that this is the kind of problems we're having in the public school system and how it is lacking the resources that it needs. And I'll make my standard pitch that if we continue funding wars overseas and land grabs overseas, we will never have the money for our schools, our infrastructure, our healthcare system. But our speaker, Angel Cosme, really brought that point home on a local level, and we appreciated what his contributions were. I afterwards sent him a thank you email and suggested he and I have lunch because he would be a great candidate to get involved in our party, but I have not heard back from him yet. But he did say that he regrets his Democratic votes in the past.
Do we have the South Shore and the Capes here? No? South Coast? Southeast Coast, oh. Oh, thank you. Is there anybody else that I'm missing? Any chapters? I'm sorry, say that again? Young Greens? Anybody else?
So Young Greens, we obviously, as John just said, Zach was doing his select board running, so we definitely were all behind him in that. There we go. Yeah. So there was a lot of us went out to do door knocking and sign holding for him. Unfortunately, he said he wasn't able to get it, but he is now back at the Mass Young Greens with vim and vigor, and we're going to be having a meeting, I believe, this upcoming Thursday or Sunday. We're still working on it to get going, and we're planning on doing some tabling at the different UMasses. And I know Mark sends his regards to everybody, or their regards to everybody, and should be coming back on board soon, I'm hoping. And that's about it for the Young Greens. I can do a Northeast update as well, because, yes. Oh, yep. Yeah, so we're going to do something like this. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, so the goal is to try to get people involved and have them do like a participatory activity to get them stopped at the table for more than just 2 seconds.
And you mentioned another group.
Yes, Northeast.
Cool.
It's just 3 of us. It's Mark, myself, and my husband. So it's very tiny. And Danny Factor, too, because he actually lives in the Northeast. So we are very small, and that's okay. We have a lot of heart, so. And that's, yeah.
Here.
I don't know if you engage with other organizations in your community that, even though they are not necessarily have to be Greens or anything, but just working with the community. I'm thinking people in trade unions or students or non-profits that do things in the community.
Yeah, so I actually have been talking with Mill City Grows in Lowell, because they are all about trying to make sure that everyone in Lowell has nutritious food and has access to opportunities. Yes, I love them. They're great. And so I'm actually going to see them on next Saturday and talk with them, and hopefully they have a lot of pop-up events, and I'm thinking if we can get a table at one of their, or at least one of their pop-up events, to try to get that that relationship going. So that'd be pretty cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need it. We need the young people. My gray hair is not going anywhere but out.
I have another question.
For me?
Yeah, or for everybody. Is there a section of the Green Party that's a Black Greens? A caucus? Do we have a
National
representative?
caucus.
National caucus.
Not a chapter of the state party. We don't have a caucus of the.
Discussions about creating caucuses, we've been discussing that. I know Kate is still here, but we've been having discussions about that, about is the Young Greens, is that a chapter or is that a caucus? And then Kate and I were talking about attendance. It wouldn't be a chapter, it would be a caucus, because a caucus fights for an issue or represents an identity. In the national structure, there are caucuses, which are identity caucuses or issue-based caucuses. Like there's the Youth Caucus, which is the Young Eco-Socialists. There's the Lavender Caucus, which is LGBTQIA+. There's the Black Caucus. There's Latino Caucus. There's a whole bunch of different caucuses nationally. Our state party doesn't have that, but we're kind of discussing it at the moment. It's being discussed.
Because I saw the gentleman, I think he represents part of the Black Caucus, and I would have loved to have heard something from him, an update or something.
Yeah, I can connect you to people I know on the National Black Caucus, Gloria.
Was that Maha? Did you speak to Maha? Yeah, Maha was here. Are there anybody else that would like to give numbers? Comments? One moment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think as the Massachusetts Green Party, our biggest problem is having a strong chapter in, if not Boston, the adjacent communities like Dorchester. And it's not only the center of Massachusetts politically, it's the center of New England. And for us to be a force in the region, we've got to think of that chapter. And we've all kind of been stymied by the problem. And I don't know, used to be in a political socialist party that when we were weak in an area, we'd move people in. And I don't know if anybody's in a position to move into the Boston area. The rents are horrendous, but in areas like Dorchester, which are working class areas, there are rents that are available. There are people we know that could help. So I'm just putting out this on the table for everybody to think about, because until we solve that problem, we're not really going to be a force to be reckoned with. So just an idea. And if no one can move, we're going to somehow have to solve this problem another way. Okay.
Well, I'll be willing to relocate. That's me, Gloria, responding to your request. But I need a job out there, so you know.
All right, she needs help getting a job, folks. Let's do it.
She has 2 PhDs, if that helps. A couple masters too, a couple PhDs. We're not doing the job interview now either. Jamie and I. Anybody else? Yes, seriously, she does. She really is. We talked about it on the way here. I had something on my mind. I can't remember what it was. It had nothing to do with the business meeting.
Can I just say something real quick?
Of course you can say something.
I was thinking about, with our coalition work, with hopefully connecting with our indigenous communities. And I want to kind of send out the message that maybe we might want to try infiltrating the government instead of letting them infiltrate us. We need candidates from these coalition groups. They're the ones who are on the streets. They understand what they need in legislation and support to do more community action. And I hope and pray that we can find some people who would want us to back them. And I think that when we start strengthening, especially in Boston, the political center, maybe some of these people will want to run as candidates with us backing them, whether they're independent or green. I'm just hoping for that.
We had Jamie. No? Gus.
I basically agree with you, Elizabeth. One catch is that we need to be the ones who run. We need to set the example. I mean, Gloria has, I have, a few other people have. Jamie has, yes. And I noticed how few people, unfortunately, that raised their hands when Jason was talking about who had run for office. We need to be out there doing it. Going to a town office is not that hard to get in most cases. If you just get if you have some name notice in town, you just go and do a lot of door knocking, and that's how you do it. I mean, sometimes it takes 1 or 2 times, but it does happen. It's not too difficult. So I would love to see everybody in this room run for office sometime this year. Seriously. Take that as a challenge.
I was going to say the exact same thing, Gus. So as a member of CDLC, as someone who has run for office, run locally, get into these local offices, and everybody in the party needs to support them. Just because you live in Boston doesn't mean you cannot come and support someone running for a local office in Holyoke. We all need to support our candidates on the local level the statewide level. You know, this is what we do. We're a political party. We're a political party. We run candidates, right? That's what we do. We run in elections. We are an electoral party. So get those signatures, get our candidates on the ballot, scout out candidates, run yourself, support local candidates no matter where you are in the state. Everybody needs to show up for that local candidate. Everybody should have shown up for Zach. Everybody should have donated to Zach. You know, this is what we do. We need to get more connected around this. If there's a way, like in every meeting, we could bring up who's running and who needs to run and where there's a seat open and who we can recruit and who we can support, who's running. We all need to support our local candidates. Thank you.
Can I say something? I've been asked by Dan Kontoff to let the convention know we do have a new Boston chapter forming, with me helping Jeanette getting it started with her signature gatherers in an upcoming meeting.
As we say in Holyoke, wepa.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what everyone's been saying is, you know, like as I said at the beginning of this convention, I really think our power is in our local politics. Obviously, you know, our main goal right now is collecting presidential candidate signatures. That's obviously, you know, very important, not only to give people a choice on the ballot, but to hopefully regain official party status as well. That's the easiest way for us to do that. But at the same time, like we saw the Rainbow Coalition video today, that was, you know, a local community movement. We saw everything they were doing to affect their local communities. You know, with the Gloria's campaign, we see, you know, exactly how we can be of huge impact right here in our communities. I know I've been struggling for years. You know, a lot of our news is national. A lot of the podcasts are national. You know, even just trying to learn what's happening in our own communities is hard. I tried to share a couple of things on our listserv a handful of months ago. You know, with the wars and neoliberal economics affecting countries all over the world, driving up the immigration, we were affected here as it was stressing our emergency homelessness program. And the Democrats didn't really feel it was that urgent here, right here in the state Democrats, state Republicans didn't want to fix it at all. And we were faced with the very first time ever having a cap on the amount of housing we had to give to these unhoused individuals. That's something that, you know, right here in Massachusetts, the Green Rainbow Party could have spoken out, could have taken on that issue. And that's something, I know it's hard maybe to get around the national news cycle and everything, but again, try to figure locally. And also what might help is your state comm is going to be talking about 2024 goals on the May 19th. One of the goals we proposed is creating a repository of, you know, what these local offices can actually do. I certainly agree we need, you know, everyone volunteering to run, but one of the barriers could be we just don't know, you know, how could a mayor affect change how we want? How could a town councilor affect the change? And I think we kind of need to build up that repository, you know, from people who have been on school committee and things like that. So it's all part of, you know, thinking of ourselves as a political party and not necessarily, you know, an advocacy group. We're supposed to run candidates, and that's how we affect change.
And he inspired me to think about what I was trying to think of before. If you can't become an elected official, get on a commission. Get on a commission in your town. Get appointed. Start there if you have to, and if it really makes you happy, then run for office. I'm sorry. Anybody else? Last chance. All right. Oh, Grace.
I just want to remind folks that when you talk about, you know, like capitalism and economic whatever, the Green Rainbow Party helped found this movement to end the foreclosures and to end predatory lending. And however upset we are, and we should be, by the fact that We have a governor who everybody thought was progressive, and I don't know why. Anyway, you know, she gave away the money that we just got in the Fair Share Amendment to rich folks, and then she's like, oh, there's no money for homelessness. No kidding. Anyway, we have an open seat on the Mass Alliance Against Predatory Lending's board for the Green Rainbow Party. It has been empty for a few years, and, you know, you talk about wanting local stories, you know, you guys could be the public avenue for the story of this fight. This is predatory lending that the fundamentals of came into place to make sure that black freedmen post-emancipation would not be able to hold on to a piece of land if they managed to get one. They're doing the same thing now. They're just doing it in really fancy legal paperwork and trying to make it all look legal. But it's the same thing that's been done. And you can talk about the money that gets spent on, you know, neoliberal economic policies elsewhere in the world, but the money, I mean, Trump was broke 3 times before he was you know, elected the first time. You know who paid off to get him not broke anymore? Deutsche Bank. Where does Deutsche Bank get the money they've had for the last couple of decades? From this. So if folks want local stories, you want a fight that no one else is covering, you want to stand for changing, I mean, we win this fight, the entire U.S. economic system has to change because the money has come through this more than anything else since the end of legal slavery. So you guys could be sitting on a, you know, real thunderbolt here if you want to get back involved in the movement you helped start.
Thank you, Grace. Everybody says something, then it sparks another thing in my mind, but I can't, then I lose it and I forget it. I don't even want to talk about it now. Anybody else? Am I closing out this convention, Gus? I apologize. I bow to David now.
Read the book, man. Well, you know how they say many hands make light work. As we bring the convention to a close, as your host for the place, I'm going to invite each person to pick up one of these funny-looking chairs and attempt to drop it on another one of these funny-looking chairs. You have to go straight down. That's the only way they stack. No angles. It's like opening cork out of a wine bottle. You don't want to go sideways. You just want to go straight, straight. Stand right over the chair and drop it. And then stacks of 2 chairs move into that room twice as fast. They got stacked in the room where you registered. No, somebody will carry them. But if you at least do the stacking, it makes that job fast. Downstairs on one of the dining room tables, there are 4 tinfoil covered leftover containers with rice and 5 tinfoil covered leftover containers of scones. Take them away. There are 9 squeaky clean aluminum trays that all of those delicious entrees were brought. I washed them by hand. Take them away. If you have a use for a nice serving tray, take it. They're just sitting on a table downstairs. Once the chairs are out of the way, Charlie's going to have a lot of work to do. So the sooner this part of the job gets done, the better. And then eventually I'm going to be breaking down the tables and putting them away. If you don't want to do a lot of labor, get your own stuff together and carry your conversations out into the parking lot so that the people who are doing the work don't trip over you. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everybody.
I'd like to offer compost that I brought for